Welcome, traveler, to Class&Cool, where campfires crackle, steel sings, and legends are forged one pull at a time. Tonight, we venture into forgotten ruins, brave, dangerous dungeons, and chase rare loot across wild frontiers. Allies may rise, enemies may awaken, and the next epic story could begin with our very first step. Ready your spells, sharpen your blade. The adventure starts now.
Alright, welcome back to Class&Cool. Hope you guys are having a good night. Hopefully you're having a good Friday. And tonight's going to be a fun little weekend. It's the last 2 or 3 days of the Monsters and Memories playtest. So I'm going to be hanging out. If you haven't already, go to their website and download their client and log in and do all that fun stuff. But tonight we're just going to take it easy, relax, and not go too crazy. Really quick, if it's your first time here, my name is Class&Cool. I check out Classical and Cool, or classically inspired MMORPGs. I'm basically an MMO enjoyer from games like EverQuest, Dark Age of Camelot, World of Warcraft. Basically, you know, back to the basics and back to the golden age of MMOs, as Slayheim would say it, which, you know, it's a very nicely coined phrase. So basically, Monsters and Memories, if you haven't heard, it's inspired by those classic MMORPGs. A lot of people compare it to games like EverQuest in its heydays and the classic era between 1999 and 2001, and then classic World of Warcraft, right? The first few expansions there. So last week, what we did is we played our Wood Elf Beastmaster. I think we got to level 8. I was able to get my level 8 spells and do a couple of other things. But today we're just going to go and see if we can maybe meet up with some people, go on a bit of an adventure, but more than anything else, just kind of take it easy and enjoy the weekend. Really quick, big shout out to the members of the YouTube channel. As you guys know, I don't do this for any kind of monetary gain, so nothing, no, giving money is not encouraged, but if you do, then I'm just giving you a shout out. Thank you to the members. So without further ado, let's get into, right now we're in Evershade Weld, and we're in the city of Faelindral, the Wood Elf city, so let's go check that out. All right, back in my favorite city. I needed a break from Night Harbor. Got a little bit too much sand in my feet. So now we're back in the Wood Elf city. All right, I got my inventory cleaned up a little bit. Got a couple of extra bags, mainly just pouches to put away some of my smaller items. Stocked up in some food and drink. Probably need to make some more bandages. And let's see. Besides that, not much else changed. I was able to get some new spells. So when I turned level 8, I got Meditate, which is great. We got an upgraded Heal, which it's still pretty weak. if I'm being honest. I thought it would be a little bit more robust. Savage Spirit, which is a buff, 1 hour long buff, right? Rip flesh of your target dealing. Wait. Actually, yeah, awaken a Savage Spirit within your pet, increasing their attack speed by 10%, agility by 2, and granting them a chance to activate Rip on melee attacks for 1 hour. So it's a 1 hour buff. So that's huge. Right now we do have a pet. And make sure he follows us. And then I got a new swarm. I got a new swarm spell right here. So I got these 2 little bears that come along the ride with me. And there's Wolfie right there. He's running up. There he comes. That's a good boy. So yeah, it's me, Wolfie, and my 2 bear companions. So apparently at level 10 I'm going to get dual wield, so I'm kind of excited about that. I'm definitely going to be focusing on that. Let me think. We have about 6 silver. Let's actually stop by the bank. We're gonna trade really quick. And it's perfect timing because it's daytime, so it's a really good start to the night, if I do say so myself. Now all I need is my coffee and I'll be all set. Wait a minute, that's not the bank. Hardwood Archives. Whoa, I've never been in here before. Oh, it is the... Oh, so the bank has 2 levels. I didn't even know there was a 2nd level. Validation. Look at this dude. Dang, that's a cool looking goblin, not gonna lie. With the plate and the chainmail. That's really cool, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I heard the gear progression is getting really good. Hey, Drew ATX. Drew ATX said, "Welcome, travelers." You know, that intro turned out a lot better than I thought it would initially, because typically when I edit videos or I do anything with video editing, I spend so much time editing that I end up going into like creativity paralysis, where I give up like after 8 hours. I'm like, this is never going to be good enough, and then I'll start a new project. But that one actually came together nicely. But part of it is because I was editing to music, and anytime I'm editing to music specifically, it's a little bit, it makes more logical sense to me. But then if you were to ask me to take a, you know, those video essays people do where they talk for like an hour and then they edit the footage in, that's the one thing I still struggle with. And it's not so much the technical side of things. Like, I know how to edit, I know how to do all that stuff, but I can't seem to sit myself down and not be over critical. I'm just too critical. I'm just too critical of everything I do. It's never good enough, and it's a terrible habit. You'd think it's a good habit to have, but it's actually the opposite. All right, so let's see. As soon as we turn level 10, we're gonna get dual wield. Another thing I want to do. So Wolfie is level 7. Now, based on what I heard, and this is probably incorrect based on what I've seen, is that there's 2 types of pets, right? So let's look at my spellbook really quick. So you have Wolf Tier 1. So this is Beckon the Wild, calling forth a not plural, but a single wolf companion to fight alongside of you. And then you get something like Wolf Pet Tier 2, so that's a little bit stronger. And then you get Wolf Swarm Pet, which is kind of like the spell I showed where you can have multiple pets, but they're temporary. It's almost like you're summoning them from the woods to come fight alongside of you temporarily. And then this is more permanent. So once you summon it, he stays with you until he dies, right? What somebody told me is that Bestial Bond is an innate. So it's a little bit different than a spell. And what it does is it charms a pet and it stays with you forever. You have to feed it, you have to take care of it, you have to resurrect it. What I heard, and maybe this is not true, is it's supposed to level with you. So I got Wolfie at level 7 and I was expecting him to level up. So I want to kind of see if he levels up. I don't see an XP bars, so I kind of think maybe that's not implemented yet. But if that's not the case where we can level them up, then I want to actually go find a higher level mob. Not a higher level mob, a higher level pet, and just kind of experiment with that. Classic EverQuest said, good evening. Good evening, sir. Luke Hamilton, 5600. Yo, have fun playing tonight. What server are you on? I'm on Rel, brother. So this is, and when I say Rel, I mean the open beta test that's going on right now. Let me turn the gamma down a bit. Okay, so we stopped by the bank. Inventory looks clean. We have plenty of food. We have some cloth. We're gonna stop by the inn and get our rested buff, and then we're gonna head out. Hopefully you guys are having a great night. Give me a second. Got to do a quick audio test and make sure that the music is not too quiet and the voice is not too loud. All right, cool. Everything checks out. Oh, what's that? There's some kind of dragon thing in there. Let me see if I can grab it. It's too far away. I can see it though. There's some kind of drakelings in there. I'm not sure if they're like super low level or what. It's crazy the draw distance. Like I can see that there's an NPC right here. The wolf camp is over here, but I can't really see if anyone's there, obviously, because the trees are blocking my way. I'm excited to see this world packed with people. And I'm also excited to see all the class changes they're going to be implementing soon. That's going to be huge. Howdy, any so tonight. Cool. We're gonna stop by the lift. Ah, country boy. There you are. Yeah, I went back to that message of yours and I couldn't find you. Matter of fact, before I forget, I'm gonna make it easy for you. Give me 1 second. I don't know why Discord makes it so difficult. Last time I tried to like send a username to somebody. Give me a second here. So streamer mode enabled. Yeah. Ooh, wait a minute. Oh, Updog. Oh. Hello again. Haven't seen Updog. He hooked me up last time. Thank and bow. Gotta be polite. Look at that cool looking belt. I mean, shield. That's amazing. So this is what I always talk about. I talk about low poly graphics with high definition textures. This is kind of what I talk about, people, because some people say like, oh, the graphics look like they're from 1999. It's like, that's just an incorrect statement, because the art style, you can say, is inspired by the limited technology and low poly graphics that we had in the 90s. You could say that. But the textures and the, what do you call it? Like the ambient lighting, the shadows, all of that is modern Unity engine stuff, right? And obviously you couldn't have like 4K textures. Like even with EverQuest right now from 1999, you can put like 4K texture packs in there and stuff like that, but you're still limited to how many polygons there are. So this is what I'm talking about. You see how everything's painted? Like it looks like light is hitting that right there, but that's actually all baked in. Zukin or ZBrushed or one of the other artists sat there and literally painted that whole thing. And what I'm excited about is anytime you see something that's off-putting, it's probably because the texture is unfinished. So it should make you even more excited for when the game is at 1.0 launch, because of the potential this world has, right? Like I would argue, if I look at this dirt right there, it probably looks unfinished. There might be a refined texture down the road, right? If I were to look at this wood right here, I'd say that's probably a placeholder. This rope texture is probably a placeholder. This bell is definitely a placeholder, right? It doesn't look necessarily like a bell. And I'm excited to see what it all looks like when it comes together. Okay, sorry, I was actually doing something. Country boy, I think I deleted it. What server are you on right now? I can just whisper. Hold on 1 second. I got something better for you, brother. I got something better. Just trying to find it. Kurumorith, good to see you, said, hey, guys, how's it going? It's going well, brother. It's great to see you. One second, guys. All right, I'm back. Ooh, see, that's what I'm talking about. See what I'm talking about? The modern lighting features and all that stuff. Country boy, let me know when you got it. Once you got it, I'm gonna go ahead and just remove that. Not that it's a secret or anything, it just, you know. That's the whole reason I made that, is to make it so when people do need to reach out, they can. But anywho, let's go on our little adventure. I guess we should go find that pet now, because I'm pretty confident that Wolfie is not going to level up anymore. Oh, and another thing, I found out, well, that's no surprise, but there is a bone chip quest at the Shaman Guild. So when I was fighting rabid wolves last time, I got diseased, and that disease lasts 24 real life hours. And if you collect, well, there's two things. If you go to the Shaman Guild and you hail the NPC, he talks about cleansing. And if you say like something like cleanse me, he will remove all of your debuffs. And so that's cool. But also there's an NPC right behind him called like Starshine or something. If you see how I got bone chips, if you collect 5 bone chips, you can turn them in for some XP and some cloth armor. So if I was leveling up, what I would do is I would save up all my bone chips. I'd make sure I turn in the quest. And then from there, once I have a full set of cloth armor, I would just sell the cloth. Just because, you know, every bit of copper and silver is super handy early on. Am I on Rel 1? I think there is only one Rel. But yeah, I'm on Rel. I didn't know there was Rel 1 and 2. I forgot what the zone is called that we're going to, but we're about to find out. Alright, what's the name of this? Keeper's Bite. Look at that sky. Look at them clouds. Them puffy old clouds. Like, see, I would argue that all this grass texture is not finalized. I wonder if they're going to implement any kind of individual like grass blades like scattered. I think that would be pretty cool. I'm fine with either way. Heyo. Who Neeks? No, he's an enchanter. I was gonna ask him for a sow. Alright, so what we got? We got a black bear. He's red to me. Let's just try it. I don't care. Bestial Bond. Let's see what happens. You are already bonded with a beast. Okay, let's do this. Let's dismiss. Oops. We're gonna abandon Wolfie. Sorry, Wolfie. And then let's do a swarm pet. And one more just in case. This is definitely not gonna work. If this works, this is gonna be OP. What we're gonna do is we're gonna attack the black bear. And we're gonna try Bestial Bond. Come on. You cannot tame that. Okay. So it's not happening. That black bear isn't taking any damage. Country boy said I might maybe bugging. I just woke up. Oh, well, good morning to you. Even if it's late at night. Yep, that bear is coming for me. Oh yeah, there's guards right there. I don't need to run. Alright, so let's see. Timberwolf is blue. Oh right, so I got minor heal. I also got a nuke. So rend your target with spiritual frost, dealing 3 to 5 damage. What else? Savage Spirit, I already talked about that. So yeah, I'm gonna focus right now on finding a mob that's similar level to me. Ooh, like a snake. No. I need a meat eater. I guess maybe all of these are like level 7. But I'm gonna keep looking. A good thing about being a Beastmaster is most of these mobs are friendly to me. Oops, except for the Drakeling, he's ready to attack. Yeah, I gotta watch out for these guys. And they're completely red. Oh man, so it looks like the only things that close by are these, ooh, Shadow Wolf. He's red. Okay, we might be getting warmer. What's that? Yeah, now everything is red. First everything was blue, now everything is red. No dice. Okay. Now let's go the other way. This is the farthest I've ever been, so I've never seen any of this stuff, so I might as well explore for a little bit. I hope they let us go to the top of that mountain. That'll be a cool dungeon up there. Yeah, see how they have some grass here? I'm assuming it would make sense if they put, and again, I'm just making an assumption here, but a wild guess is that there's probably going to be more grass scattered once the zone gets more polished. This little town is starting to come together. Oh, look at that. That's like a fallen tree with cobwebs all over it. Elder Black Bear. See, those are red to me too. Yeah, so far the only thing I could find is either the same level as me or, I mean, sorry, not the same level, lower level or too high level. Trying to get an even con, man. But I may just give up and stick to the Timberwolf. Yeah, I'm just gonna stick to what I know. All right. Okay. All right, we got another wolf companion. We're just gonna go and explore some more. Look at those tall trees. See, I can't even imagine this world being fleshed out. Being how massive it is, just with, you know, Night Harbor and the 2 adjacent zones, and then there's like dungeons in between and sandy mountains and all this stuff. And then this is one of the newer zones, right? So it's still totally unfinished. Faelindral didn't exist a year ago, right? And then you have the underworld, and they're saying by the time we're in early access, we're going to have access to all of this, plus some of the underworld. I don't know if it's actually called underworld. I forgot what it's called, right? But if that's the case right now, and they're calling that 20% of the game, I can't imagine what the other 80% is going to look like. And then all the itemization, the quests, the mud commands, I mean, it just already feels like a massive world. Super cool. All right, let's see what we got here. A black bear. Dang, all these guys are red to me. Ooh, there we go. He's yellow. All right, let's go for it. Let's see if we can do this. Abandon. Come on, let's do it. You cannot tame that. Okay, well. So it needs to be blue or white. Oh boy. Oh gosh. Good thing they're not wolves, because wolves... Ooh, a will-o-wisp. Wolves are definitely way faster than bears. Also, I was playing EQ Legends the other night, and I'm gonna get to safety first, but I noticed something. And as a matter of fact, maybe I can share a live demonstration. But we talked about, like, you know, the world building in the game. We talked about the, you know, the textures, the art style, and high fidelity textures and low poly graphics versus like low poly graphics and just low quality textures. Like, there's a difference, right? Kind of like Valheim. When I think of low poly art style that was done really well, I think about Valheim. And actually, Valheim was even more pixelated than this. What Valheim leaned on is more of an art style. They leaned on art style, and they leaned on atmospheric effects, so like fog, lighting, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Here's what I will say. I want you to take a look at this NPC right here when he's standing still. Tell me if you notice anything. You see how his breathing and moving. I was looking at the EverQuest models and I was trying to figure out, like, how am I playing a game that's 27 years old with these low poly, low texture, you know, chunky graphics, and somehow I feel like immersed. You know, obviously the sound design was, you know, decent, even though a lot of it was MIDI. You know, they had some weather effects and stuff like that. But one thing that stuck out to me is that every single NPC, whether it was an orc, a rat, a guard, or even your own player, your player's always moving. And this is something that's probably going to get done later, right? But once your characters and all the NPCs are animated, and what I mean by animated, I don't mean just like walking animations, running animations. I'm talking about idle, rested animations. It's going to make a huge difference. Because if we were looking at the at EverQuest right now, for example, what you guys, if you've ever played EverQuest, the Wood Elf would look to the left, he'd look to the right, he'd lift up his sword for a moment, and he'd kind of like wiggle around a little bit. And when all the NPCs are doing that, it makes the world feel more alive. So this kind of stuff gets me a bit excited, because when I look at this, I have to remind myself all of this is unfinished. But when you implement even the slightest things like idle animations, it's going to make a huge difference. I would even say that, you know, this guy looks very stoic, but some additional movement, maybe, you know, his head moving and stuff like that, looking around, would add some life. Because if I'm standing over here, it doesn't look like there's an idle animation at all. So, you know, it's not often I share feedback unless it's constructive and it's something that I really thought about and said, but again, it's one of those things where while I know I'm providing feedback, and it's also kind of like, well, duh. Animations are typically done on the latter side of development. It's usually, traditionally, it's something that's done towards the end of the development cycle. Brother Juno. Are these guys ready to attack? No, they're uneasy. Brother Juro. Yeah, but anyways, yeah, animations is traditionally something that's done towards the latter part of development. So I wouldn't expect to see those idle animations implemented anytime soon. But you know, if they allocate some time to that, I would just be excited to see how different the world looks with additional idle animations. All right, so we're gonna get out of here, guys, because everything here is red to me. I figured I'd give it a shot, but all of these wolves, all of them are red. Let's see here. Oh, and aggressive black bear is ready to attack. So this is a completely different mob altogether. So we're not gonna mess with it. Yeah. All right, we're gonna grab ourselves a wolf pet on the way out, and we're gonna call it. Then explore Faelindral for a bit. Oh, look at that. Remember in Faelindral in the city, you see those floating orbs? Well, you can see them from here. Or at least I'm assuming that's what those are. Yep, that's what those are. So what you're seeing right now is the same orbs that you're going to see once we zone back in. Oh, this looks like a good place for a camp. marsh adder. So there is something in here. And it's red. Okay, cool. Let's keep going. And speaking of development, I was actually watching Sean's stream, aka A Loving Robot. He's the main developer for this game, or lead developer, whatever. And he was showing off the Underworld, whatever. And honestly, as somebody that typically plays a goody two-shoes race, like a wood elf or a high elf or a half elf, etc., I never really had interest in. Oh crap! I just got stuck. I was never interested in going to places that where evil races go. And you run rewind command is off cooldown. Oh gosh. Talk about a beta. Okay. Anyways, so I was watching, he was presenting basically what the underground world looks like. And I'm not a fan of those kind of places. But when I saw the way the lighting was set up and how the city looked, it was really cool. Crap, I'm going into like an unfinished part of the zone. I gotta turn around. I should probably try not to get stuck. Ooh, the sun's setting. Dang, this is a massive route. I just realized that. Okay. Let's keep going. All right, here's a wolf. We're gonna grab this wolf, and then we're gonna head out. Cool. You know what? Vulcan's Middle Earth features iconic wolf characters like Karcharoth, Lord of the Werewolves, and Dragulan, Sire of Werewolves. Servant of Sauron, the Great Wolfhound of Valinor, Juan. While technically a hound, his name means great dog, and he fought the largest werewolves in history. You can pull names directly from Tolkien Elvish language. Draco. Sorry, give me a second here. Okay, whatever. Pet rename. He'll be Uan for now, or Uan. Got to bring in all these names from the Tolkien universe. Why not? And you know, on the beta test, I have a lot of low-level characters. This is one of them. Typically, I don't name my characters names that are real words like Fury or this or that. It's usually more like a fantasy name. And I understand why I don't do that now, because honestly, I'm already tired of this name. If I make a name, it needs to be something that has some kind of history to it, or at least feels like it has lore and history to it. Like Dracos, I've had that name since 1999, like literally. And there's meaning behind it, and there's like a backstory behind it and all that other stuff. But just having random names like Fury or Valor or Power, I don't know. Those names don't really resonate with me. I realized I thought they would be cool, you know, because those kind of names get like on full launch games like Guild Wars or World of Warcraft or EverQuest. Like, good luck finding those names, right? They grab those names early on because, you know, they're just, I don't know, cool, I guess. Or I guess rare, you can say. And but for me, I'd just rather have something with a little bit more story. Dang, man, the city looks so crazy in the distance. The heck is that? Hold on, is there something up there? Oh no. Look at the level of my wolf. He's level 6. So we downgraded, boys. Your pet Juan is starving. Alright, we're gonna have to do something about this. This is not a good start for me. Can't be chilling with the level 6. Skeleton camp here. I might come back here. Make a mental note that there's a skeleton camp. Whoops. And some orcs. A rabid wolf. Two of them. Rot muzzle? Dude, there's a named wolf right there. Hold on, time out. Okay. Uh-oh. He's level 5. Okay, so we just made it worse. Just made it worse. Okay, so let's see if we can tame the that thing with the red eyes. You cannot tame it? Oh, crap. Yo, I better not aggro anything. Look at this thing, dude. No, 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 no. Don't go. Don't. Okay. Ooh, Frostmane. Dude, we just got a named something. What did we just get? 6 damage, 35 delay. Get the freak out of here, dude. Look at this sword we just got. So we have this right now. What? Yo. Let's freaking go, dude. Hey, that was actually worth it. Hey, we lost a good pet, but at least we got this sword. And now when we get our second dual wield, we'll be able to have this, and then I'll keep the bronze sword for the other hand. Freaking nice, dude. Alright, we're gonna have to test it out on something. What the? Uh-oh. Okay, that was weird. Hold on, is it lore? Oh no, it's not. You can have 2 of these. $14 damage. Wait, is this dual wield? It's not dual wield. Yeah, primary. Oh, it would say primary, secondary, I think. Yeah, primary, secondary. But I think it's still single. I think it's still dual wield, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, let's beast your pet. Oh, this is getting fun. Dan Molina, cheers, brother. Good to see you, man. Oh, you know what? I didn't buff my pet. Let me heal him first. And then Savage Spirit. Cool. I should probably heal myself. Oh, I'm out of mana. Let me med up real quick. I must have been fizzling or something because that was unexpected. Oh, I know what it was. It was the pet heal I have. Alright, let me rest. Wait. Oh, my pet's dead. Holy. There was a lot of stuff going on there. And just so you know, I chose like the worst spot to sit on purpose. Let's see, where's my Night Hopper? Country Boy said, what am I doing wrong? I'm clicking on the survival in my skills tabs trying to make bandages. Okay, I'll show you, hold on. Oh my, so did you guys see how my pet just died? It's probably because I don't have any food. Let me get out of here really quick. Because this obviously wasn't what I intended to do. I mean, we just got a new sword, so that's major. So you want to click on your crafting, survival, and then, whoops. All right, let's get out of here. This is pointless. You got it? Okay. Yeah, well, for anyone that runs into the same issue, you want to click on your crafting survival, and then you should be able to see exactly what you need. like 14. I can craft 14 cloth bandages, 2 of this, 2 of that. And if you click on it, it will tell you what you need to get. Alright, let's head back to town. So yeah, I definitely regret getting rid of my my level 7 wolf. That was a big whoops. Country boy said, I got it. I'm slow. Oh, not as slow as me, man. Whenever I try to stream and play at the same time, it's a completely different story. But I logged in for a little bit off stream the other day for like 30 minutes just to run some errands in game. Pretty much when I lock in, it's like I get a plan going. Everything comes together just fine. And really, it's just getting used to the mechanics. Like, same thing goes with EverQuest. If I go without playing EverQuest for like 3 months, 4 months, I have to remember, oh crap, how do I quad kite, or how do I root rot effectively, you know, instead of just like fumbling around. Nice. Oh, no way. He's got a sew. He just sewed me, I think. Or no. Pistachio. Drew ATX said, out of town, likely missing the whole open beta. Oh, man. That's all good. I'm sure there will be more betas. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Drew ATX said, out of town and likely missing the whole open beta. But yeah, it's all good. EQL hopefully launches soon to hold me over until October. Just out of curiosity, are you traveling for business, pleasure, or just something personal? Super glad we got Spirit of Wolf just at the nick of time. Or not Spirit of Wolf, Spirit of Wild. One other observation I'm going to make about Faelindral. So you can argue and say in Kelethin, the lift is pretty slow, like it's not super fast. But then also, Kelethin is not this high up in the trees. I'd say this is like 2 or 3 times higher than what Kelethin is. Yeah, I'd say proportionately, this is 3 times higher up than Kelethin. They need to think about potentially increasing the lift speed, and not necessarily to make like. Here's the thing about Faelindral. Night Harbor is it's a fast-paced city. Like, it's a trader city, right? There's many different factions, clans, trader, groups, etc. It makes sense why that city would be a lot more fast-paced, and if you want to get stuff done, you go to Night Harbor. And Faelindral it has a vibe to it. It's completely different, right? While I agree that I'm not suggesting that we speed up the lift for the purpose of making Faelindral anything like Night Harbor. It shouldn't be like Night Harbor. It should have its own vibe. But it's just simply because this really is way higher than something like Kelethin, and the lift does take a very long time. So I think there would be a lot more complaints about it if there wasn't this little place where you can just jump in the water. This definitely saves some time. But yeah, I'm sure once they do another pass over the zone, they'll take a look at it. All right, Wolf Blood. All right, now we want to keep the sword. We don't want to sell that. Well, we're going to sell that. Here, let me make sure I don't accidentally get rid of this sword. I'm going to put it in the bank. Because that bronze sword is not cheap. Alright, so we got... Alright, we're going to go turn in our bone chips, and then we're going to heal our disease. Drew ATX said, visiting and helping family. Fortunately, I have a second home office here, so I can still work. No PC to game, though. No PC to game. You know, what I used to do is I used to have something called a shadow PC, and it would be basically a cloud PC. You know, so I'd have my laptop or even a tablet. You can have a virtual PC anywhere you go. And I used to have EQ installed on it. I used to have Rust installed on it, and I used to be able to game anywhere I go, even if I was on somebody else's PC or if I was on a public PC. It was a lifesaver. This is back before I had a gaming rig, so it was my way of getting around that. But there was other use cases for it too. Robert Engström said, good morning and greetings. Hey Robert, you're up super early. How are you? What is it, like 3, 4 in the morning where you're at? Maybe 5? Hope you're doing well, brother. I was watching Sean's stream about you and him spending about 3 hours in the underground zone. You were kind of feeling out the zone to see what kind of music you were gonna compose for it. Pretty excited to see what you come up with. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're well. Hope your family is well. So right now we're at the Shaman Guild, and like I said, if you give him 5 bone chips, he will give you some cloth armor. And then this one, if you hail him, he says, may the preserver are always available should you be ailed and require cleansing. So you can say something like, cleanse me. And then he will heal your diseases. Look at that pet. I think this is new. They added like this smoke effect. And then look at this incense too. Looks like it's a little buggy though. It disappears right there, but still super cool. Adds a nice aesthetic. Alright, so we sold everything. We got some extra silver while we went on that little hunt. So, you know, we got the new sword, the Frost Maw. We got maybe 3 or 4 silver. Now we just gotta get a new pet because losing that pet was not fun. And I have an idea. So let's go do that next. And really, I want to save up some money. I want to get some leather armor. All right, where are we going? This way. Robert Engstrand said, it's 7:58 here, just woke up. Well, good morning to you, sir. Hope you're doing well. This city looks so cool at night, man. Super chill vibe, man. All right. Drew ATX said, ha, I was just about to comment about Robert's amazing score, and there he is. Robert said, yeah, the last 2 weeks I've started working on the first Deep Zones music and sound design. I'm excited to hear it, man. If it's anything as amazing as all your other stuff, I could only imagine the immersion of it. Robert said, hey, Drew ATX, nice to see you. Drew said, awesome, leaning toward a deep elf at launch. See, it's really interesting for me, you know, because there's really people that are excited for like the deep races. You know, similar to how like some people only play like Dark Elves or XR, and it's just interesting because like I'm the complete opposite. I'm like I'd have to like force myself to play like a Dark Elf or a Deep Elf or something like that. But I'm still intrigued, curious. All right, let's see if we can. Let's make a torch really quick. Oh, your target cannot be tamed. Well, that's no fun. You know what? And actually, hold on. I'm going to try not to die right now. I just realized I didn't buy any meat. Ooh, some wood. We should grab We should grab some wood. Hey Robert, can I ask you a quick question? When you with bestial bond, when you charm another animal, do they level up, or am I just making stuff up? Like, not the ones where it's like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, or like the swarm pets, but the bestial bond where you actually bond with another animal. Do they level up with you or no? Drew ATX said, love the night vibes in this zone. Yeah. It's super chill. Oh no, Country Boy said, man, I just got slapped by a blister beetle. Yeah, blister beetles, they're no joke. They'll take you out super quick. Robert said, how's the playtest been for you regarding performance? Actually phenomenal. So I have some key things I always look for. One of those is inventory delay. So as you can see, as soon as I click on something, I pick it up. The other thing I pay attention to is like frame rate. Frame rate's been really good and smooth. The Night Harbor zone on the last test I was on, anytime you'd go up in the lift, your movement would get stuck and staggered. That's gone. That's fixed. What else? I'm trying to think of what other stuff I noticed that was running really well this well, let me put it this way. I can't think of anything that is jarringly, but like I'm not noticing any bugs this playtest. I think the only bug I got last playtest was it would like freeze frame for like 5 seconds, but it would do that every like 10 minutes for no reason, seemingly no reason. Yeah, nothing compares to daytime. Love it. So yeah, performance has been really good. I think the only stuff I've noticed is just like general. Sorry, let me turn this down. Just general stuff that's just not finished, you know, so I don't really consider that a bug. I was looking at the smoke effect in the Shaman Guild, and depending on like what angle you look at it, it disappears. Last week when I was in Night Harbor, there was a sandstorm, not in Night Harbor, but in the zone adjacent to it where there's a lot of crocodiles, and the sandstorm would obstruct all of your view except for the ocean. So no matter where you stood, you could see the ocean even though there's a sandstorm going on, so it didn't make sense, you know. So stuff like that, but no performance issues. Everything is buttery smooth. So whatever Ali and the rest of the team did to optimize is definitely working. So you know what? Let's do some retail arbitrage. What is going on here with all these bodies? I cannot answer that. Robert said I cannot answer that question. Sorry, I'm not sure. That's regarding the pet question I mentioned. That's okay. All right, let's see if we can. Whoa, definitely don't want to sell Frostmaw. Okay, we're gonna do some retail arbitrage. There's not really much to sell. One thing I have noticed about this playtest, and I think it's mainly because maybe the word didn't get out enough. There's definitely like fewer players this playtest, but I think mainly it's just because there's more servers and it's maybe like under advertised, if that's even a word. I mean, even for me, I'm guilty of it. I heard about the playtest over a month ago, and then I got busy with a bunch of stuff, and then I put a post on my YouTube saying, "Hey, get ready for the eminent playtest coming up in X amount of weeks," and I didn't do that until literally the night before the playtest, or like the day of the playtest. I put up a post saying, "Hey, Monsters and Memories is having a playtest," right? So, yeah. So yeah, I just feel maybe that's the only thing I noticed is that, because whenever I play on the closed beta, I feel like there's a lot more people on, and like right now on a Friday night, there's only 28 people in Evershade. But again, that could just be because everyone is on the main server, not the main server, but one of the other servers. But I just don't know. I don't know what the population is like over there. Let me see. Who buys? I want to sell some of this resin. I don't want to keep all this resin. I don't know who buys resin. Okay, nobody wants my resin, darn it. Stop by the bank. Oh, and another thing that they fixed, Robert, is the first-person view. It was clipping. Notice how it's nice and clean now. Like the sword doesn't look all jacked up. So there's a lot of stuff that I just noticed is a lot better. But I mean, these are bugs that come and go, because like, for example, with the first person view, I've never had an issue with it. And then after a patch, it randomly started being an issue. It just, stuff will be perfect and then it'll break and then it'll be perfect again randomly. Let me see if this alchemist, no. All right, let's go buy some meat. That's what I came here for. Oh yeah, and look at that sword. Looks awesome. I also noticed itemization has gotten better, so there's more like unique stuff, like Frostmaw, for example. That was a nice touch. I was not expecting that. All right, let's see. Raw wolf meat is 15. Let me see if there's any cheaper meat I can buy. Nope. Everything is 15 or more. Why is the raw wolf meat 20 and this raw wolf meat is 15? That's interesting. Okay. Regardless, we're gonna buy this one. Let's buy 10. 10 should be enough. And then we're gonna cook it. Oh, whoops. Wait. Thought you can cook it. Oh, shucks. Oh, or do you have to put it with wood? See, I don't know how to do anything in this game. Shame on me. Nope. No idea what I'm doing. All right, either way, that's wood. That's good. We're gonna hold on to that. Anything else before we go? No. I agree. Cannot answer that question. Robert said, I agree 100%. Snappy inventory response is super important. Glad to hear performance is getting better. Our tech guys are doing great. You know, I was gonna make a video, and this might not be the right time to talk about it, so I'll talk about it, but I'll probably wait until I talk about what I was gonna say. Oh, let me do this one more thing. Dang, even he doesn't want to buy my resin. Okay. All right, what was I gonna say? No, yeah, you're right, Robert. It is super important because that's like the one thing you're constantly interacting with, right? It's one thing to have low frame rate, but if you're like constantly moving stuff in the inventory and you can sense that delay, it's not fun. Robert said, "Oh yeah, I saw the water visual bug during Sandstorm a few days ago." There you go. So, and typically, like some things I will report and be like, you know, through the bug reporting tool, and other things I'm just like, they already know about this. You know, the only time I report stuff is when it's like something very specific and unique, but just simple stuff like that, I typically don't report. But then again, I probably should have, because somebody should, you know, but I don't know. I'm always under the assumption that the boys are smart, and they probably, somebody else that is a lot more attuned than I am is reporting this kind of stuff. Gurumurith said also, I think a lot are just waiting for EA. Yeah, and actually that's a great point, because you know, as far as population, they're about to make a lot of class changes. You know, they've been talking about the class deep dives and all this other stuff that they're doing. I mean, even I thought about it. I was like, should I just wait? But I'm excited to see the class changes that they're going to implement. I'm excited about experimenting with those changes and just doing a whole bunch of other stuff. It's going to be fun. I seem to remember a few streams ago, Drew ATX said, I seem to remember a few streams ago you were seeing parts of your face in first person view. Glad they fixed that. Yeah. I'm a huge advocate of first person view. It was actually one of the main reasons I was struggling with Ashes of Creation. Like, no lie, I actually was excited when I saw how beautiful the graphics were in Ashes of Creation. I was like, you know what? I can get behind this. And then when I noticed they don't have first person view, it killed it for me. Which is super weird, I know, but it's just how it is for me. Okay, so he's level 5. I mean, I'm just having bad luck with these pets. Oh, I lost my pet window. Oh, there it is. Let's try again. Can't believe I abandoned my pet. That was so dumb. Yeah, first person view is huge for me. I mean, it's one of the ways I get immersed in the game, because think of it this way. Level 7. Beautiful. We're done. We got our pet. Think a bit about it logically, right? You're playing a video game, right? When you first turn on the video game, you just finished doing all your other stuff, your work stuff, etc., etc. Pet rename. Okay, so you log into the game, right? After a long week of work, you know you're playing a video game, so you're not instantly immersed. And you start to explore and start to do other stuff. And then finally you see something like this view and you turn off the UI and you tell yourself, wow, I really want to appreciate this view, and you try to zoom in, and then you get, this is the farthest the game is going to let you go. So no matter what you do, the game is reminding you that you are not this player. You're looking at him, you're controlling this thing, but that is not you. And for me, first person view always meant that, hey, right now I'm kind of observing myself from a third person view, right? Kind of like you're the main character of a movie. But then like when you really are just kind of like in the movies, you know how they have the scenes where like you see the guy running, and then when the directors want you to just put you in the shoes of the character, it'll just be like this whoosh, and then all of a sudden you're seeing the world through his eyes. You know, to me, that's why if I want to be immersed in an MMORPG, first person view is so important. Sounds corny, sounds cheesy, sounds nerdy, but all of the above, and every single one of those things will be right. Let me feed you some meat. You feed your pet? Okay, perfect. So yeah, happy they fixed that, Drew. And Drew said add some seasoning for the meat, for sure. That's probably how you cook it, you know. While we have Spirit of Wild, we're actually going to run around and see if we can find some more stuff to explore. I almost got attacked by him. Shadow Wolf is red to me. Everything here is red. Yep. Alright, well, we're not going to waste our time. Ooh, what is this? A black serpent. I've never seen that before. Drew ATX says, Tannersaurus. That's a cool name. Check tells sent us who I think buys resin. Pretty sure the lift past Beastmaster Guild takes you down to a woodcutter guy who buys resin. Thank you, Darby. You're a legend. Thank you for that. But yeah, first person view is a massive, like I was playing Crimson Desert and that's the first thing I checked. I was like, does this game have first person view? And even Crimson Desert has first person view. And what's funny is when Ashes of Creation, because I've been following Ashes of Creation since like 2015, right? Pantheon was announced in 2014. Ashes of Creation was announced shortly after. So I've been following both projects for literally, 14, 15 years. And I watched a lot of people like testing it even before they went into alpha. And I couldn't find a single piece of footage with anyone doing first person view. And not only that, but they would play it like a ARPG or whatever those games are called, like Diablo. And all the footage would look like this. And I even see a lot of people that play MMOs, they play like this, which is understandable for like positional awareness. But I usually try to be a little bit more grounded or to the side just to kind of see what's around me, which is still giving me that awareness, but it's also giving me that immersion. But my point is, when I saw a lot of footage from Ashes of Creation, I noticed even years ago, I was like, hey, why can't we ever see anything in first person view? And I asked the community, and they, what they told me? They said, why the hell would anyone want first person view? This is a PvP game. Nobody wants first person view. And I was like, oh, word? I mean, that literally taught me everything I needed to know. And this is years ago, about what the priorities were for that community. And that's fair. Like, I was just like, okay, so it's one of those situations. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm going the wrong way. I want to go back to this camp over here. But yeah, I was like, okay, these guys are hardcore PvP. But anyways, when I tried Ashes of Creation, I enjoyed it, and I was very disappointed when they shut it down. Robert said, have you been to Glinting Hollow or Grimtide Bay. I think I've been to Grimtide Bay, if that's that orc dungeon. Glinting Hollow. Let me see. I need to check. Glinting Hollow. Nope. Never been there. But I'll check it out. Oh, there's a group here already. Darby says, thank you, Darby. You're no. Anytime. Rotates at tickle tickle. Hey, hey. I think the dungeon Grimtide Bait is over here, by the way. Let me see what these guys are about. Bear Companion. Is he soloing? Yeah, no, let's keep exploring. I want to see what else is up and around here. Country Boy said, first person for me is almost always a no-go. PvP wise, I need to see behind me. But that's the thing. Not using it is not the same as not having it. You know? I'd say throughout this entire playthrough, I mean, if we broke it down by time and took a percentage, I'd say I'm only in first person view like 20, 15, 10% of the time. The problem is not whether or not you use it or whether or not it even makes sense to use it. It's just about not having it. Having it and not, I'd rather have it and not use it than not use it and not have it. Ooh. Is that a named? Felstone Ragecaller. What level are these guys? Oh crap. Let me grab a pet really quick. An old elven skeleton. Okay. I was taking screenshots, but I just got my pet killed. I feel like my previous pet was a lot stronger than this one. I don't know what happened. Like, he definitely wasn't dying like this last time we were playing. Yeah, you know what? I might just camp over here for a minute. I kind of like this spot. And there's some wood right there I can just farm. Whoops. Trying to think of where I should set up camp. All right, I'm going to camp over here really quick. Oops. Trying not to aggro anything right now. Yeah, and by the way, Country Boy, to your previous comment, like anytime I would PvP, especially in World of Warcraft, I would never be in first person view, right? It wouldn't make sense. It would be silly. So I agree with you on that. Yeah, I don't know why my pet is taking massive amounts of damage. That's so weird. Definitely not expected. Rotate said, I would PvP on the server here, but I don't know, Jack, about the game. Yeah, there's a PvP server for anyone interested. Obviously, it's not meant to be balanced or anything like that, but it's there for anyone that's into that sort of thing. I'm sure towards the once the game goes like into full release, it's going to be more balanced. But yeah, there's any PvPers, even with Monsters and Memories, which is a primarily, you know, PvE experience. There's something for everyone. Sorry, I was on mute for a second. But I'll be right back. And what I said while I was on mute, I only said like one thing, but I said up dog, as always over here, helping out. Appreciate this, people like that. All right, let me take a look here. I have no idea where my pet is. Call companion. Bro, where are you? There he is. Okay, he's well fed. We're gonna bandage him. Perfect. Oh, is that a new hairstyle? Yeah, it is. That's new. Oh, that looks clean. Oop. Is that for me? Why would you give me that? Maybe he's trying to throw it away. Yeah. Muka said want to group. Oh, Muka. Muka. Hey, I'm down. Sorry, I missed the tell. Oh, whoops. Up, yay. /group. Thanks for the invite. All right, we are in a group, boys. By the way, I was talking earlier to Rotate, which I think is Country Boy. You know, don't expect to know anything going into this, even if you've played MMOs before. And even after you have, I mean, I have probably a couple 100 hours into M&M just based off of the live streams I've done over the course of 2 years. And I still barely know anything. And I would say I know even less than most of the people that have played as much as I do. And it's just because of the way that I play. I'm very slow, to say the least. And honestly, the only times I've really played is whenever I've played online with you guys. So Streaming and playing offline is not the same thing. I'm a lot more focused when I'm playing offline. Rune etched bone. What is this? But yeah, I mean, it's going to take time, and then there's going to be a lot of things that change over time. So just enjoy what you understand and don't worry about all the stuff that you don't, you know? Okay. I wonder if I can buy some cloth bandages. Let me see here. Wait, tattered rawhide, tattered cloth. It's the same thing. Okay. Outfitter. Cloth bandages are 20 each. Heavy is also 20 each. I mean, that's not bad. I'll just get 5 of them. Why not? A lantern? That looks fun. Rope. Okay, let's go back. Did he just level up? Okay, ready for this? Up by the orc cave where you were. Where y'all at? Up by the orc cave where you were earlier, against the far wall by a fire. Cool, be right there. I'm actually excited that we got in a group. I'm gonna be able to level up in no time. By the orc cave. Where's the orc cave? Oh, there they are. I can see the fire. Dude, I love the draw distance, man. Look. So there's a fire, and then there's a fire. And the glowing eyes, those are super cool too. Wait, where's my pet? Oh, there he is. All right, cool. Hopefully I can pay attention to my pet a little bit better this time. Necromancer of living animals. Yes, sir. You got a lot of pets. I remember to try to train, but it said too low level. I remember to try to train. I wonder if this class gets taunt ever. Not that that's super important, but you know what? And actually, I'm really curious what they're gonna do with this class moving forward, because I know that the. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna clean up these mobs really quick. So what I was trying to say is, I want to go on the website for a moment. And go to world, oops. World, classes, Beastmaster. Okay. Sorry, I just had to change the Monsters and Memories website to night mode. Dude, these skeletons look so cool. I'm never gonna get over how cool they look. I even remember the EverQuest skeletons. I always appreciated the old models. They just had so much character compared to every other game. Like, I get it, skeletons are supposed to be like ominous and scary, but there was something that was just memorable about them. And, you know, in almost every other game I've played, they're skeletons, right? There's definitely a disturbing side to them. They're supposed to be. But with EverQuest, I just felt like the skeleton models had a lot of character. And now we're seeing that again with Monsters and Memories. You know, they got the glowing eyes, so you can see them from far, far away. They've got an interesting look to them. It's good to see the attention to the art and kind of making it your own. I wonder if the elven skeletons look different. Nah, I think they look the same for now. I thought maybe they'd be skinnier or shorter since they're elvish. The right way of saying it. Alright, so what was I going to say? Identity. The Beastmaster is a leather-armored melee brawler who fights without magic, instead choosing to have a bonded beast at their side. Where other classes channel supernatural forces, the Beastmaster draws on something rawer, physical power, and a deep connection to the animal world. One animal fights alongside them as a persistent combat partner, while others aid them through their toolkit of bestial abilities. I'm gonna turn the taunt back on. I just realized I turned off taunt. Emphasize the Beastmaster is capable of strengthening both themselves and their companions, emphasizing the bond they share and their reliance on one another. Hey, let's do our quest. Wanna get my sweet gear so easy with 3. What quests? Animal-inspired stances shift how the Beastmaster fights, but they aren't magical. They evoke the instincts of someone who spent so much of their life living amongst animals that they've started to become one. Oh, that sounds pretty cool. Animal-inspired stances. Okay, defining traits. Wields 2-handed weapons or double-fisted claws. Maintains 1 persistent animal companion that fights alongside them in melee combat. Companion must be healed, cared for, and revived if it dies in combat. Okay. I'll finish reading it. Actually, Muka is doing it. Uses a taming mechanic to acquire companions that is distinct from summoning. Temporarily calls upon hawks, rats, and other creatures in specific abilities. Has abilities that can buff them, their companion, and party members. Sorry, I'm still reading this. Dang, my pet is taking crazy amounts of damage. That's crazy. He's getting hit with criticals and everything. Yeah, we gotta turn this off. We can't be using taunt. Doesn't make sense. Anyways. Has abilities that can buff them, their companion and party members. Has bestial themed stances for different combat, damage, defense, and utility modes. Speed, stealth, and resistance. Has survivalist abilities including self and companion heals. Okay. What's changing? Okay. The Beastmaster is leaving behind its roots as a shaman hybrid. But these are just some of the class changes I'm reading. The spirit world connection, shamanistic abilities, and swarm pets are going away entirely. What replaces them is more grounded identity as a primal melee fighter whose power comes from physical mastery and their bond with animals, not magical tradition. So it's kind of good to me. That sounds more like a monk that's like, instead of like attuned with Zen, they're attuned with like their animal instincts, right? Because right now it is like a shaman hybrid. We get buffs, we get heals, and we're summoning like swarms of pets. It sounds to me like when they change the Beastmaster, he's going to be more along the lines of a monk, survivalist, you know, and somebody that literally tames a companion animal and kind of like levels it up, which is cool because unlike summoning an elemental, for example, or charming something temporarily, you can like basically, and again, I really hope they do this. I hope they give you the ability to level up your specific companion so you don't have to keep finding a new one, because I can see you getting really connected to that specific pet that you get. So I'm excited to see what they do with this. Let me keep reading in just a second once we finish fighting these dudes. You know, I keep seeing that guild, the Filthy Casual. I really should join that guild just because that's like literally the definition of how I play. I'm a filthy casual. I'm like the farthest thing from a min-maxer there is. Like I literally watch other streamers sometimes play, and you know, they're like, oh, today we're going to level 42 in Monsters and Memories. The game is still in beta. And I'm just like, wait, what? level what? It takes me like, okay, let's think realistically. If the game was launched right now, how long would it take for me to get to level 40? Probably 8 months. 8 months of regular playing, you know, maybe an hour a day, 3 to 4 hours on the weekends. It would probably take me 8 months to get to level 40. Meanwhile, you've got people reaching level 40 within, I would say, like a month. It's kind of crazy. And it's not because there's something wrong with the game. That's just how most people consume content, is what I'm realizing. And I don't know if it's true. Maybe I am the majority and streamers are the minority. Because like I don't play like a streamer. Like most streamers, they're content based, right? They're trying to build their audience. They're trying to build their community. They're trying to build, you know, they're trying to make a living and income out of it. Others just do it for fun, you know. But even the ones that are just doing it for fun, typically they want to appear like they know what they're doing, right? And even if it's not appearing to look like what they're doing, they you know, they assume that people just want to consume content where you're watching somebody that's good at the game, right? So it's very rare that I see a streamer that's like not trying to just get to max level or get the best in slot. And for me, it's just like, I'm like running around, what trade skill am I going to work on today that I'm only going to use one time? You know, I don't see a lot of that. So maybe it's just a me issue of why I level so slow, or maybe that's just the reality of how most people play. You know, they log in on the weekend after a long week of work. They play for 4 to 5 hours, and that's their fix for the week. They might log in on a Monday, on a Tuesday, on a Thursday, play for like an hour, you know, grind a little bit. But yeah, who knows? That's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be doing stuff like this on the weekends, like grouping with other people, hanging out with the boys, you know, doing those long sessions. And then during the work week, I'm just going to be logging in here and there just to play the number go up game, maybe like level up some of my skills. Speaking of skills, I haven't looked at my skills in a while. So I'll check these out in a minute. All right. What's changing? What replaces them is a more grounded identity. Primal melee fighter whose power comes from physical mastery, and their bond with animals, not magical tradition. So there are going to be more two-handed weapons and double-fisted claws as weapon options. Animal-themed abilities and contextual creatures throughout the toolkit. Primal stances that buff the Beastmaster, the companion, and the party. And that sounds cool. Beastmaster and companion specific survival abilities. Less shared abilities with shamans, less traditional hybrid role, instead becoming a unique class, and less swarm pet mechanics. Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty cool. I mean, I think the whole swarm thing is interesting, but I mean, it's something that I could live without, to be honest. It's just not... I guess it adds like another button to click, you know? Like right now, they disappeared after a little bit, so now I gotta call them back. But if that's the optimal way of fighting, then when would you ever not need to have your swarm, right? I'd rather have a stronger pet instead of constantly needing to summon swarms of mobs, because you're gonna need them all the time anyways. So why would you not have them in your arsenal when it makes every fight that much more manageable? Or the other way of saying it is, fights are not manageable without the swarm pets. So in what instance would you ever not use them, right? It's just taking up more pixels on the screen. What I would want is I'd want to have a stronger primary pet that's more like attuned with my abilities, something I could build like a relationship with, you know what I mean, like a partnership, which would be cool, because I can't really think of another game that has really embraced having a pet in the game that kind of levels with you. And I could be way off. There could be plenty of MMOs that do that already and do it well. I just haven't played them or haven't played them in a while as far as I can remember. All right, I'll be right back. Quick bio. All right, I'm back. You know, it's kind of funny. I've noticed a meme going around about Eminem. And basically, the meme is the types of players that Monsters and Memories attracts. Like, normally you play an MMO and everyone is like focused, nobody's leaving the screen, right? Everyone's like min-maxing and you have to have the perfect build. And then that's where the term like poop socking came from, where it's like people wouldn't leave their desk, right? And you can, you know, imagine what that term means if you've never heard about it, right? And here it's like the polar opposite. You have people like, hey, I'll be right back. I need to go to the city and sell. No problem. Take your time. We'll be waiting for you. Or, hey, I need to buy my spells. I need to, you know, get my skills. I'll be back in a few minutes. And there's like a joke or a running gag. I don't think it's a meme. It's just like a running gag where it's like, hey, I'll be right back. I need to go mow my grass. And it's like, yeah, sure. No problem. I mean, it's really a testament to how chill the community is and how everybody's just in it for the love of the game. You know what I mean? And you can say it's like, well, it's because it's beta and it's early access and stuff like that. And these are the hardcore fans. But I would say that there's plenty of people that are new to this. They've never played EverQuest. They've never had an experience like this. And I think the goodwill of the people is kind of like rubbing off on them too. And they're starting to see it's like, wait a minute, this is nice. This is not like World of Warcraft. It's not like Guild Wars. It's not like EverQuest even. I mean, the closest comparison you can say would be EverQuest, right? Because that's one of the few games where I remember no matter when I would go like into Kellethan, there was always a high level that was just buffing people there, like always, right? But I'm sure there's other MMOs where that was a thing too. But like in EverQuest, it was always like a common thing. But yeah, it's just good to see how chill people are. Always willing to help, always willing to be patient. Just super chill. I feel like they seriously upgraded their graphics. No, a dial-in bus. I would say no. I think, you know, and I'm not disagreeing with you just to disagree. But the thing is, the core graphics have been the same. What's changed is slowly but surely the textures are being updated. Right, like keep in mind, like 4 years ago when we were watching Sean on Twitch, they weren't even using models. They were using capsules, like little bubbles, and that was like the person running around, right? And then after that, they added like a human. Like there was no elves, there was no dwarves. Ooh, we just leveled up. And then after that, so they added some basic models and stuff like that. But it was still like nothing to write home about. Then as they added more races, they went back to the previous iterations of like the humans and updated the models. They added more hairstyles. They added more armor. There's new armor literally as we're talking right now. Zukin or ZBrush, the art devs, they're probably working on hand painting a new set of armor. Like all this armor right here is hand painted. And I can say like 6 or 7 months ago, this armor didn't exist, right? So as the game continues to evolve, you're going to see a lot more updated textures. And it's gonna look like, wow, did the game just get a major graphic improvement? Like, did they change their mind about being low poly art style? It's like, no, they're still low poly art style. It's still the original vision. It's low poly plus HD textures. And the hand painted textures, they basically fool your eyes because they're painted in a way where you can see the shadows and the reflection. But the reflection is not being cast by light. It's actually painted in there. And it just, it's like looking at a painting, like not Picasso, but like there's some other abstract paintings that you can see. But if you stand at the right distance, it looks like real life, right? And your eyes kind of fill in the blanks. And that a lot of that is happening here. But yes, so short version of that is, yeah, you're probably just noticing that they're continuing to work on the game and it's continuing to get better, and you're going to see a lot more of that the closer they get to like 1.0 launch. And I'd say you're probably going to see even more by like October, you know, because October is when they go into early access, so they're going to want to at least have a product ready that's presentable. If they're going to be charging a monthly sub so that people can log in and play, and if they're going to, you know, they're going to use that towards the development of the game, since they haven't taken a dime since they started this project, you should definitely expect that they're going to add a level of polish that is at least acceptable, you know, to the degree where you walk in and you're not just going to see you know, what white boxing everywhere. Oh, this is not good. This guy's gonna kick my pet's butt. But yeah, I noticed that too, man. It definitely is starting to look very, very sharp. But I'm still gonna point stuff out that is like, oh wow, that definitely needs a fresh coat of paint. Like even the fire animation, that's been upgraded. I think they went with like a pixelated fire, and then they're like, you know what? This is a good example where we don't need to use like low poly pixels. We can actually use a fire effect, and I think that was a super smart decision. And like the way the wood over here has that like charred effect, Like, I love how they're mixing it all together. It's like you got the low poly and then you got the modern graphics, and it's just like all intertwined. Again, you guys remember Valheim? I mean, it's to this day the most beloved action survival crafting game that's ever been released. You know, games like Enshrouded exist because of Valheim, and Enshrouded has beautiful graphics, right? But Valheim is still the king, you know. It's about really just pulling off the art style. It's crazy. Wait. I'm so confused. I thought I leveled up. Oh, my pet leveled up. Oh my gosh. Okay. So guys, that noise that you guys heard, it wasn't me that leveled up. It was my pet. Okay, so for anyone that was curious, that's been here since the beginning, one of the questions I asked is, hey, does your pet companion, does he level up with you? Or is he just like worthless and you have to keep getting a new one as you level up? And the answer to that is he does level up with you. So he can basically be with me from 0 to 60 if I wanted to, which is freaking awesome. Yeah, I'm starting to really enjoy the Beastmaster, because here's the thing, I'm a solo player, right? I talked about how like I'm a filthy casual, how like the only time I group up with people is like on the weekends. During the week I'll log in for like an hour or two, and I'll do like some short intervals, and I just love the idea of running around with like a static pet. Because then not only does the world feel alive because you have all these other players running around, even if you're not interacting with them, but then you also have like your little companion, your little pet. And I just love that. It's actually one thing I always liked about the Druid in EverQuest. Even though you didn't get a pet, I always felt like connected, you know, because nature, tree hugger, elf, all that crap. But you know, one thing I always wished for is like, man, I wish the Druid could actually have like a static pet, you know. I used to get really excited when I would reach a certain level because I could finally charm animals. And the most disappointing thing is when I reached like level 50 something and you could summon a pet, but it was like tiny, it was like a tiny bear or something. I don't remember what it was. It wasn't, I don't know, man. It wasn't anything to write home about. Hey guys, look at my weight. I'm 149 over 121. Kuramorith said, I've been having a great time as a Beastmaster myself, so I get that. Yeah, and if you saw me like last week when I first logged in, I was like, what the heck is wrong with this Beastmaster? Because I didn't play it in a long time. But it's really been coming together, man. I'm enjoying every minute of it. Look at me right now. I can barely walk. Kuramura said, I did, lol. Oh yeah, it was so brutal. And plus I was like exhausted and I think I was like in some kind of mood too. And I logged in. And I was like, what's going on with this Beastmaster, man? I completely forgot how to play. I was such a whiny little brat. I don't even know why I do that, to be honest. Like, what's the point of even going live to stream? And I'll answer my own comment, and that's the reason. The reason is I honestly only play when I stream, and I only stream when I play. So like if I chose that night that I'm like, well, I'm not gonna stream tonight because I'm tired. Well, I also wouldn't have played. So when I stream, it kind of forces me to play, which is super weird, but I'm a creature of habit. And holy moly, what's happening? What is happening right now? Sorry, I'm trying to pay attention. Oh no, I'm feared. Better not lose my pet. Patch companion. Yeah, so essentially it's because I'm a creature of habit, and what I committed to was I'm only gonna pretty much play EverQuest, and I'm only gonna stream it so I can record all my memories, you know, because I used to preach about how like, man, I wish I still had all my old screenshots from back in the day, and I still have. I actually do have some of those. Like, I think I have a few from like 19 or 2000, 2001. And I said, man, I need to make sure like I have that stuff for the future. Like I never want to not have that again, you know? So that's kind of when I was like, you know what? I'm going to stream and then I'm going to have all these memories to save for later. And then once I started doing that, I was like, well, it's not fair to the community, you guys, because, you know, I don't try to join. I don't try to grow this community, right? It's been very organic. Essentially, the only people that come on here are people that are chill. The people that are like, what the heck is this crap? They leave super quickly, which is awesome. And then there's like 0.5% that, you know, they just say something stupid. I just ban them. I'm like, you're not going to invade my peace. That's not why I'm here. You know what I mean? But the vast majority of the people that stick around, I'm like, I don't want to not stream because this is our adventure. This is something we're doing together. So if I just sit there and I play the game, what the heck? Look how fast he is. He's got to have a speed hack or something. Then I feel like I'm betraying you guys because I was like, nah, this is our adventure. We got to document it from level 1 to 60, and you guys got to be there for every step of the way. So if I'm not streaming, I can't play. And if I do play, then I have to stream. So we can document everything, and then so we can kind of go on this journey together. Otherwise, it's like, what's the point? And the thing is, like, I could break that rule, but I feel dirty doing it. It's like, oh man, I'm betraying the boys. It's kind of like weekend. It's like you're chilling with the boys in the basement in the weekend when you're kids and you're playing games and stuff. N64, GoldenEye, and then like you just decide, you know what? I'm not gonna invite anyone this weekend. I'm just gonna sit here and play GoldenEye all by myself with NPCs, with bots instead of real people. It's like, come on, man. Who's gonna be Odd Job? All right. I don't know what the heck I was just yapping about. Yappity yap yap yap. More yap 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 yap. No, yeah, this is definitely unexpected. Like, and honestly, my goal was just to hit record and save the files, and then maybe like once in a while, like edit a video and then post it on YouTube, right? The goal wasn't to make a YouTube channel. The goal was to document the playthroughs so I can have it for later. And what's crazy is that well, in the beginning, I was just recording the footage, and I had gigabytes of footage. And we're talking about when the game was in the worst, not the worst, but like a very old state. Like it wasn't eye candy. Let's just put it that way. It was fun, but it wasn't eye candy. And so I have like gigabytes of all this footage. When I do want to upload, it would take 1 to 2 days for YouTube to finish processing it, because I always use like the highest quality available. At that time it was 1440p, and now it's 4K. And the workflow was just miserable. So I accidentally hit 50 subs, and at 50 subs, that's when YouTube says that you can now go live. You have to have permission. It's not like Twitch where you can go live whenever you want. You have to have at least 50 subscribers when you make a new channel. So I reached 50, and I was like, let's give it a shot, right? I'm not comfortable doing this. I'm not a live streamer. I'm not even a content creator. Let's give it a shot. And I tried it once. I noticed that right after the video was done, the footage was at 1440p, so the encoding was way faster. Long story short, the whole process was just so much faster. And I was like, so this is going to be my new workflow. Instead of recording it and storing it on the hard drive, I'm just going to store everything in the cloud, basically. Basically, I'm treating this like cloud storage, right? I hit record or stream. It automatically gets uploaded, saved, it's in the cloud, boom. If I ever want to download it, it's there. And now that it's 4K, it's even better, right? It's just the added bonus that you guys are here. It's like one of the unexpected benefits of doing this is chilling with all y'all. Ether, let me see. So that's my store, and I'm sticking to it. You know what? We don't need to go all the way over there. We can just sell this here and be done with it. Sorry, folks. Give me a second here. Let me think. Yeah, I have everything I need. Ether Arboreal Journal. Arboreal Journal page. Ah. Anyways. Country boy said, only what? I'm not a mind reader. Only what? Oh my gosh, that's not what I want. Oh wait, that's a tattered rawhide tunic. Oh yeah. Oh, you know what? Before I go back to the boys, I need to grab a... so cool. All right, I'm back. Let's get back to it. It's a sick view right there. All right, let me triple check. Do I have everything I need? Oh, I have tons of cloth. Heck yeah, dude. Can I feed you orc meat? Your pet looks like it. Ooh, my pet was hungry this whole time. Digging the white locks. J. Michael said, 22 people watching. Coming up in the world, sir. Dude, I had no idea until you said that. I kind of wish you didn't tell me. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I have this, and I've been doing this for 2 years. I don't check how many people are watching. I don't. You notice how I'm always talking? I'm like literally talking as if I'm just talking to myself and there's nobody here. Now, when you guys talk, I love talking to you guys, but if nobody was talking, I'd still be talking. It's like I'm gonna be thinking stuff anyways. I might as well just think out loud. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's interesting. You know, a lot of people watch because it's late at night, and what they use is they use me as like sleeping medicine. One of the first comments I ever received, this was like way back when, because like I said, I wasn't planning on streaming or doing any of that stuff. He's like, this is the comment he left. It was one of my first comments. It was brilliant. He's like, you, sir, and he didn't say sir. He was, but I'm trying to make it sound nice. He was like, you are the most boring, monotone, like no range person I've ever heard. Like, you're completely not entertaining, and you put me to sleep. And I was like, facts. Yeah, based. based. Because it's very, very, very accurate. It's like, the reason is because I'm not trying to be entertaining. And over time, I started getting more positive comments where like, hey man, I really enjoy the chill vibes. I don't know if you mean to be like ASMR, but like I sometimes I just watch this to unwind and then I fall asleep. I'm like, okay. And the funny thing is, like, there's nothing wrong with that. I do the same thing. You know what I mean? There's a reason I record this in 4K, because after I'm done, I typically turn this on the big screen. So it's like you can see every pixel. It's amazing on the big screen. I love watching this on the big screen. And I'll just leave it on. And most of the time it's just to like check the audio, make sure I'm not saying anything crazy, and so that the next recording is clean, you know, because that's the best way to find out if you're doing something wrong, is to rewatch your own streams. And I got in the habit of not only rewatching my own streams, but I would literally fall asleep to watching this stuff. So if I'm talking nonstop, then who knows? Maybe I'm feeding myself like secret aura messages. Oh, look at this guy dual wielding, yo. That's dope. Anyways, yeah, I just thought it was funny. It was funny because I went from being made fun of by that dude, and now people come here specifically to be put to sleep. And no, this is not ASMR. No, this is not a cozy stream. I refuse to be associated with not that there's nothing wrong with those people. Good for them. It's like a type of content, but I'm not an ASMR content creator. I'm not a cozy stream. I'm not here for any of that noise. So if anyone ever compares me to that, it's a coincidence, it's accidental, it's not intentional, and that's never what I'm gonna be. That's not what I'm gonna define myself as. I'm just a dude that's tired after a long week of work. I want to play some, classic MMO, and I just want to chill and hang out with the boys. That's what this is all about, right? So, by the way, I forgot to ask you, J. Michaels, how you been, man? Hope you're having a good night. Love seeing you up in here. Always a pleasure, brother. J. Michael said, haha, lol, no, your voice is like perfect ASMR. Oh, you bastard. How dare you? How dare you? Kuramorth said, it takes me about 3 nights to finish one of your VODs. Hey, no, that works out perfect because, like, since I can't talk, since I'm only doing this like on the weekends, a Friday and a Saturday stream should last you the entire week because each one is like 4 hours. So that's 8 hours of content right there. 8 hours of content easily take you an entire week just to watch the whole VOD. And actually, that's another point right there. Everything I do, I design it as if for the intention that this is meant to be a VOD. I've talked about this before, but when I set everything up, the intention is, how do I make this look as if it's an edited video? How do I make this video look as if I was in CapCut or Adobe Premiere or Logic Pro or whatever, and that it's an edited video? And there's actually more stuff I want to add, because think of it like watching live television. Live television is live, right? So it's like a live stream, but they have all these ways of adding overlays and effects, and they make it feel like a movie sometimes, like a sitcom. Sitcom is a great example, right? It's performed in front of a live audience. Sometimes it's even a live broadcast, but they do change camera positions. There's specific like narration, there's graphics, there's a title that comes up. Like, that's the kind of stuff I want implemented in these live streams. So it doesn't feel like, you have the chat on the screen, you have like a countdown timer, like stream starting in 5 minutes. It's like the stream is just going to start with or without the person, and that's all part of the process, because there's an intro, there's a monologue or whatever, then there's the adventure, there's a lot of B-roll footage that's being captured, right? When I turn off the UI, that's intentional. So the goal is always to make it look like a recorded video and not like a live stream, I mean, that's the only way I would get enjoyment. Think about it like from a selfish perspective. If I was, and technically I do make these for myself, but if I'm making these videos for myself, do you think I would be entertained just watching this with like this kind of view the whole time? Standing in the same position, non-stop, static, and just having like a big blob of chat on the screen. I wouldn't find enjoyment out of that, you know what I mean? I get enjoyment out of watching other people do that, but I don't get enjoyment out of watching myself do that. So, yeah, but I'm excited for like new experiments. Like, this is new. So, I did this today, just to kind of add a way of like calling out the people that are members, which again, I'll say it again, I don't encourage anyone to become a channel member. I don't encourage anyone to give me money. Keep your money, give it to somebody else, you know what I mean, that deserves it. Or your other favorite streamer. So we just leveled up. But me personally, like, I don't want or need anyone else's money. But when you guys do that kind of stuff, like, I can't not say thank you, right? So thank you. So I decided to add that little scrolly thingy today. And I made that completely from scratch. Like, I don't have Stream Elements or any of these fancy tools, which, by the way, it's a great tool. I don't know why I don't use it. I just use OBS, and then I edit my stuff in Photoshop and CapCut. I just get a lot of enjoyment out of it, you know? Like, I've tried using AI thumbnails, but they just never look the way I want it to look, you know what I mean? I'm a big fan of AI, but I typically use AI for like productivity, not so much for art generation. I don't see value of creating art with AI. I like doing stuff like my kids, they like to do coloring books. So like they'll be like, I want, I'll say something random like Peppa the Pig and Sonic the Hedgehog running through a field, you know what I mean, doing X, Y, and Z. And I'll tell the prompt to make that into like a coloring book, and then, dude, they get so much enjoyment out of that. What I like to use AI for is solving problems, basically augmenting my imagination, or like problem solving. So I'll think of solving a problem and I'll be like, how do I do this in the most efficient way with these XYZ tools that I have available to me? I want to avoid doing X, Y, and Z because this and that, and kind of just formulating a strategy. Super helpful for that. And honestly, if I was a coder, I would use it as a bug reporting tool. That's one of the things, like, you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like, I know a lot of artists and creators are concerned about losing jobs, and people will definitely lose jobs, and it will shatter careers and, you know, change industries, and it's going to be very bad. But the thing is, what's the alternative? You can't turn back the clock to a time when there wasn't AI. AI is not going anywhere. You either have to kind of find a way of living with it, or just continue being angry, you know? Everyone's going to potentially be affected, but I'm not going to go into the negative. The solution is, how do I make this work out to my advantage? Now, artists, it's going to take them a little bit longer to accept it because they hate a lot, you know, not a lot, but some artists hate generative AI because they feel threatened by it. That's understandable, right? But what I was going to say is, I really hope like indie projects like this take advantage of not writing code, but doing bug reporting. Let me give you guys an example. I'll give you a real life example. I was doing a live stream a couple weeks ago, and I had frame drops out of nowhere. I didn't change anything. Yes, I'm using max 4K and the highest bit rate and like all these other, like the best encoder on a 5080 RTX, but nothing changed. And I rewatched the stream and I had tons of dropped frames. I was so pissed. I was like, what the heck happened? So the first thing I did is, you know, I was like, ChatGPT, take the OBS logs. So I took the raw logs from that stream and I said, read through everything and discern what went wrong. When I started getting the frame drops, I took a screenshot of where it's like calculated my total frame drops and everything. It found out exactly what needed to be changed, and I changed it. Now imagine you're developing a game and you're writing all your code as you should. You're because you don't want to like forget how to do stuff. You want to keep learning, and you release a new patch, and something that was never broken earlier broke. Now, because you're proficient with your own code, what you'll likely do is be able to identify it, isolate the issue, and solve the problem pretty quickly, right? Because you're familiar with your own code. You're like, oh, when I released the patch to add this weather effect, it broke my banking system. No problem. I can see what happened. There was an overlap here. But what about those situations when it keeps happening and then it starts snowballing and then you can't find the solution? And next thing you know, you're losing time and you're breaking more and more and more. What I would do in that scenario is I would say, okay, again, check my logs, check my code, but I would be very specific with my prompt. I wouldn't be like, fix my code. That's how dumb people use AI. Smart people want to augment their own intelligence and make themselves better. So what they would do in that scenario, and again, I'm speaking from a position of ignorance because I'm not a coder, but I would say, this is my previous code. This is the new code for the patch. Here's specifically which element broke. Identify what is causing this to break, and then you review it. You don't just trust it. You review it yourself. And keep in mind, 5 years from now, we'll be having a completely different discussion, because AI right now is as dumb as it's ever going to be, right? 5 years from now, it's going to be unrecognizable. But again, I'm just using it in its current state, right? It hallucinates, it makes mistakes, that stuff. The goal is to have it look over the code, identify what the issue is, and then make a modification. And then you could also say, hey, how can I improve this in the future to make it more efficient? So I think instead of throwing out the baby with the bathwater, and honestly, I think that's a minority of people that think that way. They're just very loud on the internet. I think the vast majority of people use AI in their day-to-day routines. Every single major business I know uses it in their day-to-day routines. Every person I know in real life uses it in their day-to-day routines. I think all this like outcries and whatever stuff you hear on the internet, it's a massive minority of people that truly are this, negative and spiteful about AI. But that's neither here nor there. I think the main point I made was how to use it as a tool, especially for a project like this, where you're not using generative AI. Forget about that. We're not making art assets. We're not developing textures. We're not doing anything like that, but strictly for diagnosing code, and not for it to do your job of diagnosing it, but to augment your ability of identifying inconsistencies faster. That's all. Super long-winded. But I mean, I'm just having a conversation, you know what I mean? It's not just like a one sentence, hey, this is why I think this. It's just like, hey, by the way, it's interesting how this could really help indie developers in the future, and really empower people to, especially people with like not a lot of funds, to be able to solve problems that normally would take a team of devs. And that's like, think about how like now we have Unity, we have Unreal Engine. People used to have to make their own engines, right? You can even argue, it's like back in my day, we had to write our own graphics engine to make a game. It's so, and you can say it's like, it's messed up how these new so-called game developers think they can just walk in and make a video game. They have these tools, Unity and stuff. It's like, I hate Unity because it's taken away my career. My career back in the day was developing these engines, and now these whippersnappers are just coming in and creating games willy-nilly with Unity. They don't know how to develop games. Like, you can argue the same. Those people were upset too, right? It's like, I'm just giving a rough example, right? I know that that's not a real thing, but it was just an interesting comparison there. Pretty rough comparison, but I think with some additional context, it might work. Any campfire? Yeah, and like I have kids, I don't let them use AI unless it's like with my supervision. They still do their own homework, their own math, their own everything, and I show them how to use it for specific reasons, but I don't empower them to be like, hey, look, you can find out any answer you want just by this. It's like, no, you got to do your own research, man. You got to learn how to learn. You know what I'm saying? That's the trap, you know. If we're ever going to be in a future like idiocracy, it would be from people that let AI think for them, right? I've said it again, I'll say it again. It's supposed to augment your thinking, not replace your thinking. All right. Okay, I'm just gonna... All right. Holy crap, I need to go back. Oh my gosh. Country Boy said, only slappers, GoldenEye. Dude, I remember the days. Only slappers. Pew, pew, pew. Digging the white locks. I think I read that earlier, but yeah. The white hair. Kuramura said, it takes me about 3 nights to finish. Yep, I read that. J. Michael said, I'm good, just as long as you don't start eating Jello, LOL. Why would I eat Jello? Oh, actually, you know what? Hold on. All right, sorry about that. Something even better than Jello. The Haribo snakes, they're some fire. I'm good as long as you don't start eating Jello. Kuramura said that would be something. J. Michael said some of the ASMR that my kids show me is a bit disturbing. I'm good, man. Yeah, for sure. It's, I mean, it's one of the, I'll be honest, I don't watch Twitch. There's like only 1 or 2 people I watch on Twitch. That's not counting the Eminem folks like Zukin, 11 Robot, Slayheim. I watch their Twitch streams, but even then, if they stream on YouTube, I prefer YouTube. I don't like the way Twitch is built around the more viewers you get, the more you're pumped to the front of the screen. I like YouTube because it has an algorithmic approach, and that's one of the reasons I refuse to stream on Twitch, is because I don't want random people discovering me just because there's 10 or 20 or 50 people watching. The only reason, if somebody's going to find me, it needs to be because this content specifically fits their interest, for example, you know? All right. Everyone left me. But yeah. Nothing against Twitch, but like, yeah, like you said, ASMR, some of those channels are very, very disturbing. And never mind. Not gonna say it. Not gonna say it. Kuramura said, yeah, it's great. Oh, that's awesome. J. Michael said, oh snap, now I want to be on the leaderboard. Genius. Oh my gosh. No. You better not. I know I'm super behind on chat, but you're talking about the members and stuff like that. So Atari DC, I'm with you, but saying anything nice about AI makes a lot of people lose their mind. I'm not saying it's all good. It's just new technology. Tech never stops because you're worried about it. You know what anytime I hear like somebody getting unreasonably upset about any subject, I immediately question the validity of that person's. Like, I ask myself the question: what does this person have to benefit from this negativity? Like, and then I investigate and I say, are their claims reasonable? And are their opinions coming from good faith? And are these opinions their own, or are they being influenced by other people? I always ask these questions. I never just I don't follow the crowd in the sense of like, well, everyone doesn't like it, so I guess I don't like it. If anything, it makes me even more suspicious, and I say, why? What are the reasons they don't like something? And so far, I mean, I've looked at the worst of the worst scenarios. I've looked at the not so bad scenarios, and I've kind of like balanced it all out. I say it's not good or bad. It's just a new technology, like you said, you know. But I'm not just going to follow the bandwagon of hate just because that's the popular thing to do, is pretty much how I look at it. And if anything, anytime I do see a bandwagon, I try to stay as far away as possible so I don't get stuck under the wheels. Tari said, I always think about when MP3s were blowing up and you had people fighting tooth and nail against it and torrenting, and before that it was VHS and cassette tapes. Yeah. Or imagine the days when there were blacksmiths and then they released steel factories and, you know, back, or when the blacksmiths had like forges, and then there was machines that can just CNC routers, and then molds where you can literally just have a machine print a mold, where something used to be handcrafted back in the day. And what's interesting is that did blacksmiths become extinct? No. People that were interested, they might go work for those major factories, but the value of the individual blacksmith actually skyrocketed because somebody that truly wanted to become a blacksmith, they could start making that sword or that item, and it would be 10x in value because all the other swords were bought from the factory, mass produced. And there's an audience and there's a market for people that want the original blacksmith. So it actually increased the potential earning of that individual blacksmith. Instead of mass producing stuff, you could just make, 3 or 4 swords every, 6 months and sell each individual sword for thousands instead of hundreds. It's a ton of random examples you can think of, and some of them are pretty dumb. Like that was a lame one, but it's just new technology. I mean, people said the same thing about the internet. When the internet launched, everyone's like, some people would say this is a fad. Other people said, I refuse to touch it. Like, it's the devil, you know what I mean? And, people laughed. They laughed at that, you know what I mean? Some people did. I remember that. And they refused to even touch the internet. It's like, I prefer touching something with my hands. I just bought all the encyclopedia salesman just came by recently, and I just got a new set, and I'm good. I have all the world's knowledge in here. And frankly, I mean, to a certain degree, they're right, because they did have an organized version of, biology and history and science all at their fingertips, until all those encyclopedias got uploaded to the internet, right? And now, then Google came out, and now you can just search everything, right? So while initially the encyclopedia holders probably did have a slight advantage, it only lasted barely a year before the internet evolved to something that far outweighed the information you could attain from having an encyclopedia connection. But still to this day, nothing replaces the feeling of sitting by the campfire on that brown 1950s leather couch, with your pup Wolfie sitting beside you, and you got your encyclopedias, and you got your pipe or cigar, and you're sitting there opening up that old leather book, that encyclopedia, and you're just reading about crickets, the origin of crickets. You know, hey, the internet can't do that. It's always going to be a value and a reason to have all that old stuff. One day we're going to start talking about how you guys remember the internet from back in the day. Oh yeah, that's before they put the chip in our brains. Now we just know. We don't research. We just know. Yeah, man, I can't believe they had to search for stuff. They had to use the thing called AI. Now we just communicate telepathically and teleport, and I'm joking. Now I'm just being far-fetched and silly, but Atari said, I always think about, Tortuga. I played this game all week and I loved it. That's awesome, dude. Sorry for being so behind on chat, but Tortuga 7160. I'm really glad. Did you get the orc head you need? I need an orc head. Dang, not only am I ignoring the chat with my yapping, but I'm also missing what these people are saying. Oh my gosh, I always think about, I played, Atari said, Atari said Jello ASMR. That's gross. Slayheim said, hi class and cool and all. Oh, hold on. Hi class and cool and all. Hope you're having a good stream, Slayheim said. Well said, very good. If those people had it their way, we would still be writing down keys to work. Haha. Well, I know this is late, but I mean, if it's the anti-AI people, I think a lot of it is just performative. You know, it's okay. It's reasonable to say, hey, I'm worried about losing my job. I am too. You know, I don't think it's gonna, based on what I've seen from my personal career and experience, and you know, I'm surrounded by it. You know what I mean? It's being implemented, it's being used. I really think it's not intended to replace, but businesses are starting to realize this is going to augment and create efficiencies. And yes, some people are going to be not replaced, but there's going to be less reason to have unnecessary groups of people that, frankly, they shouldn't have been there in the first place. They shouldn't have been there in the first place, you know. But it's going to create new opportunities, and I think that's the point that we're missing. Is, hey, how can we make it so that this new superpower that everyone has access to, how can I make myself more valuable to the market? If you're in the market, if you're in the market for having a job, you know, whatever it might be, starting a business, how can I make myself more efficient? You know, it's not so much that people are going to lose their jobs, it's that the way they work is going to change. And some people, they're scared to change, and I completely understand that. And initially, there might be a separation between work. I mean, I just went through that. And the people that I work with, they got rid of like 20% of the company. You know? And yes, part of that had to do with, you know, the Mr. Robot. But did they do that and say, now that we did this, we're gonna get rid of the other 80%? No. It was bloat that was already there that needed to be addressed earlier. It just so happened that they could finally do it because they gave their employees additional resources that they didn't have anymore, that honestly made things run smoother. And now they're back to hiring, but they're hiring more strategically, and they're creating new roles that didn't exist before because there's a new tool available that these people can do. So you see, like, it's not just doom and gloom. It's growing pains. That's what I would call it. It's growing pains. It's the imagination that, like, by 2027, like, every single employee, every company is going to be just run by robots. It's like, you and I both know that's the dumbest thing anyone could say. In 10 years from now, maybe. But even then, the human value is not just going to go away unless we truly move into a dystopian world where 99% of the population are just basically turned into batteries, and we have no purpose, and we have no jobs, and we have universal income, and the 1% are living in, you ever seen that movie where it's with Matt Damon, Outer Space movie? By the way, this is where AI is very helpful because I can just type in the random sentence and it'll find it. Not The Martian, Elysium, I think. Yeah, Elysium. Yeah, or like the future like Elysium. Sure, that could technically happen too, but will it happen? Very doubtful. Very doubtful. I think, and just keep in mind, if the minority of people are being so loud about this, imagine how the majority of people will react in the future if they truly try to take all our liberties away. I think the human spirit is unbreakable, and we can doom and gloom all the way to the moon and back, but at the end of the day, I think if there truly was an existential crisis where all of our liberties were taken away, I don't think that the majority of people would just sit there and take it lying down. And by the way, if we don't do it, then every other country is. Just because we don't like AI, let's just say theoretically, if we as a majority country didn't like AI, it wouldn't matter because the other country would. It's kind of like, you don't have to do it, but your neighbor will do it. China will do it. Japan will do it. Any other country will do it if you don't. So what benefit do you have in having the old version of AI when you can keep evolving it to where it doesn't suck, if that's your argument? And it sucks, right? When I say you, not you, Seyhan, but like you as a person that's objectively or subjectively looking at it and saying, this is not something I appreciate, right? See, it's all about having a conversation, and that's kind of what we're doing. When we talk through these things, you look at the if this and that. If you take this variable, how does it affect like 10 steps in front of me? Like, don't just think of one step in advance. You think about the butterfly effect of what will this decision mean, for me, like down the road. One of my favorite infographic YouTubers just released like a 1.5 hour video on how terrible AI is. And it really disappointed me because it was just like, not because I'm a fan of AI, but the negativity was, it's like a drug, dude. You can, it's like you're getting contact high from the negativity. And I was like, I don't want to be a part of this. Like, even if the points being made, some of them are correct, but it shouldn't be in the context of good or bad. It's just like intentionally painted as like bad, evil, end of the world, doom and gloom. It's like, I would hate to be that miserable of a person. Slayham said, if those people had it their way, it's already said, a lot of people get angry because it puts the power and accessibility into the masses' hands and they like to have it all themselves. Good point. Oh, I'm sorry, I got an itch. Sorry about that, guys. Slayham said, yeah. Atari said, I assume China will be 100% embracing it. Of course they will. Of course they will. I mean, I consider myself like a moderate intellectual, right? And I've made the decision to read between the lines. Like, I don't obsess over it. I don't talk to it. I don't treat it as my, internet best friend. No, some people do that. That's fine. But I'm just using myself as an example. Like, I really just try to look at it from a grounded perspective. And I do have faith that there's other people that are also intelligent that will come to their own conclusions. And, like, sure, you can use it for fun sometimes. Like, oh, let's generate a picture. But realistically, how many times are you going to do that a day before you're like, what the freak am I doing, dude? I'm generating pictures of, cat girls. Like, what am I doing with my life, right? And so I just, and honestly, like, if somebody offered me a picture and said, hey, do you want to buy my AI art? I'd be like, no. No. Why? But if somebody came up to me and said, look at this beautiful painting, I said, whether it's 5 years or 10 years from now, I'd still be like, I would absolutely love to buy it. And it goes back to my blacksmithing example where, like, 10 years from now, that hand-painted painting is going to be worth 10x more than what it is even worth now. So I would argue that some of the artists are probably the safest ones compared to people like me, people that are in IT, people that are working consulting jobs, right? I mean, even sales, everyone keeps saying sales is, artists are the first to go and be like, maybe it's the other way around, guys. Maybe it's the artists that won't be impacted by this as much. Now, on a mass scale, yes, if you're a business and you're like, one of your responsibilities is like, you need to collect sound effects or stock images, and normally you'd go to a photographer to collect said stock images. Absolutely. Why would you buy stock images from a photographer that takes stock images for a living when you can just generate a stock image in any kind of position or environment that you want? Totally understand that. And you know what my answer is? That sometimes you have to pivot. This was your specialty. Now your specialty is going to be fill in the blank. And again, it really just goes back to some people don't like change, and that's understandable. I personally thrive in change. I don't like it, but I embrace it because it's forced on me every single day. Every single day. In my career alone, I've gone through so many changes in the past 7 years. My head is still spinning. That's why I'm always tired. Tired now, tired always. But I think it was a fun conversation, but I'm gonna move past it now. I think the net of it is like, I hope games always are handcrafted, just like Monsters and Memories. But I hope that people don't just throw AI in the trash when it could be a real tool for bug fixes or understanding how the code you're writing could be improved. I just hope people don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, especially for a project like this. I think it should remain hand painted. I think it should be completely made from scratch, with passion, with imagination, with long hours and dedication. But disqualifying AI from being used in very specific scenarios to troubleshoot, read logs, and discern what efficiencies can be made to code and other things, I think that's a bit too much, right? So it's almost like those, the classic Annies or whatever you call them. It's like, I will only play EverQuest if it's exactly as it was in 1999. He's like, so you're saying you don't want any UI customization. It has to be the old brick or stone you only have a 6x9 or whatever it is, viewable thing, right? Basically, you have no quality of life. You're talking about that. EverQuest is like, no, of course not. You want EverQuest as it was when, you know, kind of looks like this with the black and gray UI, and you can have some quality of life, and you don't have to be connected to your 56K modem. Like, obviously, guys, you know, it's just, it's like, that's literally all it is. It's just some quality of life. It doesn't need to replace everything. It just adds a little bit of quality of life to your day-to-day, and makes you better at what you're already great at doing. That's why I always use the term augment. It augments your capabilities, doesn't replace them. Atari said, I assume, Chad, that actual boomers are unfortunately getting hit with the AI fakes the worst right now. Oh, it's actually hilarious. And the funny thing is, just like the boomers used to be the ones that were anti-internet, it's like, you whippersnappers with your internet, that's a fad, and that's gonna go away, and it's gonna fry your brains with them waves and everything. Now, millennials are the new boomers. Only they're the ones that are like, AI is the devil, it's this and that. It's like, it's funny how, like, you know, when we were growing up, we were like, we're never going to be like the boomers. And now we're like a new generation, not we, but the most, you know who I'm talking about, are like the new boomer generation. It's hilarious. But the actual boomers, like the actual boomers, you're absolutely right. Like, they'll be on Facebook and they won't be able to tell the difference, because I mean, they still barely know how to use the internet. And actually, that's a good case study of, look what happens when you're stubborn and you refuse to learn a new technology, and 10 years, 20 years later, you're falling for AI slop, thinking that, you know, the Kool-Aid man has taken over the White House and he's, you know, blasting through walls saying, oh yeah, and you think it's real. It's like, but it's right there. It's in color. It's an HD. It's an HD video. I saw it on the Facebook. All right, Gramps. I told you not to, I told you to stay off Facebook. It's like, but it's real. Watch. Look at the video. I told you to learn about the internet when you were younger, and now look at you. You're falling for this. That's going to be millennials in 20 years. There's going to be a new technology, and they're going to be late for it because they didn't adopt the new technology during their generation. Oh, man. That's funny. Tari said, I pretty much 100% agree with you. Don't remove the human element, but use a tool where it can improve the process. 100%, yeah. And here's the most important thing to take away from this is everyone should just think for themselves. If they're actually interested in that topic, they need to make a decision for themselves. It's like, why am I interested in this topic? What do I think about this topic? You know, what information or context do I have about this topic? You know, what got me feeling either positive or negative about this topic? Was it on my own accord? Or was it influenced by somebody else? Who influenced me to feel that way? What did they have to gain from influencing me to think that way? Like, it's like that's all it takes, you know? People just need to think for themselves. And what the heck is this? Make up their own mind. You know, one of the things I really struggled with is I'd get not anxious. I hate the word anxious. Anything. I don't like to claim anxiety or anything like that because it's a serious thing. Nobody should be proud of being anxious. It's a very, very terrible place to be in. But I used to get like nervous whenever doing anything about like car registration or what are some other things like paperwork, taxes, you know. And like recently my father-in-law, he had to like register a car, he had to get insurance, he had to go through all this process. And I was like, I hate doing this. I can't even start wrapping my head around like what steps do you take? Because like how often do you register a car? Like once every 8 years, right? Depending on how often you replace cars. And it's like, what are the new laws? What things? What's the most efficient way? And I was so grateful. And I gave this example to my wife. I'm like, when you have something difficult to do, instead of thinking about it every single time, every single day, and procrastinating and being stressed out for weeks until you finally force yourself to do something, don't do it until you're ready to do it. And then when you're ready to do it, just go ahead and log in to your, AI, whatever, and explain what you're trying to accomplish, how you're trying to accomplish it, and receive the guidance that way. Because it frees up so much unnecessary headspace worrying about something that, well, I don't know how to do this, and I don't know where to research it, and I don't know who to ask, and I'm so scared, and I'm so nervous, and I'm just going to keep procrastinating for 2 weeks. Instead, be like, oh, I have a task to complete. Okay, I'm going to do it next Friday. I'm not going to think about it not once. And on that Friday, I'm going to log in. I'm going to say, okay, I'm ready to complete this task. Tell me exactly how to complete it, step by step, keeping in mind that I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. And then boom, you just freed up so much headspace. You avoided weeks of anxiety, and it's just like, oh my gosh, man. And yeah, I hate doing anything about like registering vehicles. And the other thing is, I remember what I did. I said, okay, now translate it in Spanish. And then I sent it to his WhatsApp so he can do it instead of me. Because that was the biggest thing. It was the language barrier. He was dependent on me to complete the task for him because he was unfamiliar about all this stuff. And there's no way that I could explain it to him, right? Because I'm not so fluent in Spanish anymore. So what happens? It ends up falling on me and my shoulders. I'm like, well, it looks like I have to help him now. But instead, I could get all the information, and I can even like rewrite it, explain it that a 10-year-old can understand it, and then I can say, now translate it into Spanish. And then I always add the context so I can post it on WhatsApp, so I can post it on Discord. Like every single detail matters because it narrows it down that much more to exactly achieving the result that you're trying to achieve. And lo and behold, I sent it to him, and he went and did it. He went and did it. I didn't get a phone call like freaking out or stressed out like I don't know where to go. Everything was right there in black and white. He just followed the steps, got his car registered. Everything's clean, titled, registered, insurance. And I had so much peace of mind not having to worry about that. That would have taken my entire weekend. I would have to take him there. I would have had to talk for him, figure it out for him. And instead, I don't remember. I think I went to the pool that weekend. Yeah, it was a good weekend. I was happy. Be right back. All right, be right back. Sorry. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Oh, all right, moving on to another topic. This is what I really love. Old art style, modern graphics. Look at that. That invisibility looks so cool. That's such a cool invisibility. All right, give me a second. Almost back. All right. Let's see. Well, what do we got? And we've already moved on, but just know, right? It's your first time here, or you've been here for a long time, and there's going to come a time when you hear an opinion or something that you may disagree with. And it's completely okay to disagree and have your own opinion. I encourage that. But it has to be from a place of good faith and a willingness to have a conversation. And, you know, sometimes it may or may not be the right place to do it, right? But just know that it shouldn't change the way you think about somebody. Just having a difference of opinion just means that, hey, how exciting. Now I have a new topic to discuss, right? Let me think of how I can look at it from their point of view and vice versa and have a conversation, right? We got to get away from a world where we become so dogmatic that we refuse to hear diverse ideas from other people so we can better ourselves. Oh my gosh, I thought he was in a wheelchair for a second from far away. That's what it looked like. I was like, what the heck is going on? Did they wowify that orc? That's actually one of the most exciting things when I meet people that are like super chill. And like, they're like, oh, cool, you think that way? That's cool. Actually, here's what I think. And then I get excited because they're like, whoa, I never heard of it from that perspective. And the reason is because like I can tell that they're coming at it in good faith. Like they're just trying to share their point of view. I'm like, that's really cool, dude. I didn't even think of it from that perspective. And had they approached me in a different way and like been defensive and combative, everyone's natural response would probably be like, okay, the defense mechanism kicks in, and you stop listening to whatever the other person is saying. It's just like, I don't want to live in a world like that. I want to live in a world where people can have different ideas and and talk about it. not just categorize people like instantly. So this is actually a great example of why, like, when I play on stream, it's completely different from when I'm doing it off stream. I probably haven't even fed my pet this entire time because I'm so distracted yapping and like reading the chat. You would think I don't know how to play the game at all just from how many mistakes I make on stream. Like, is your pet even attacking, bro? That's why I said I try to always be open to having my mind changed. I think being able to admit you're wrong is a strong sign of character and one of the hardest things for people to do. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I've been wrong many times in my life. You know. And think the world is it's not static, it's dynamic. Maybe there's like core principles or morals or whatever that either don't change or you just personally don't want to change them, which is an okay thing. Like some people be like, no, this is my worldview when it comes to what's a good one? My worldview is that, you know, dogs and cats are sacred and you don't hurt them, right? Or something like that. Or like, you know, and that's like, yeah, nobody should change your mind about that, right? It's not something you change your mind on. It's just your viewpoint is that you don't like harming animals and dogs are pets, right? No amount of somebody coming to you and saying, you know, dogs are not meant to be in the home is going to make you agree with them because you're like, you know, it's not really teaching me, you're just sharing your opinion and your, you know, perspective on things, and I disagree. I choose to love animals and make sure that, you know, if they want to live in my home and I take care of them, great. But there's other things where it's more of just, you know, hey, gravity is something X, Y, and Z. It's like, no, actually, if you take a look, I can explain it to you in a way that it makes sense. Right? It's like, oh, I didn't know that. Great. Thank you for correcting me. And it's not even about correction. It's about just learning knowledge, looking at the evidence, looking at the facts, and discerning what is true and what is not true based on evidence. I'm encumbered again, guys. How am I encumbered, though? Oh, I'm not encumbered yet. I still got time. Have you guys been inside the orc? And Slayham, another reason, or sorry, Atari, another reason I love that, what you just said, is because it just opens up how many people I can have positive relationships with. Like, I'm never lonely. I'm never lonely because there's an infinitesimal supply of people that I have access to because they're not afraid to share their ideas with me. Because they know, hey, if I say it to Class&Cool, he's not gonna just, you know, try to convince me otherwise. He'll actually listen, right? It really gives you like a superpower when it comes to coexisting in this world. When you're willing to like listen and hear different ideas and not be stuck in a, you know, echo chamber. Yeah, because an echo chamber could be many things. Right? It can be politics, it can be religion, it could be morality, right? But when you break free of all echo chambers, and by the way, this is an echo chamber. This channel right here, in and by itself, is an echo chamber. Because technically, if somebody came in here and just started being disrespectful and rude, I would instantly ban them. Because I don't let anyone anyone infiltrate or attack my peace. You know, my peace is sacred, as is yours. Your peace should be sacred, and you should guard it. But yeah, I mean, that's technically an echo chamber, because if we just let anyone come in here and just say whatever they want, then it would be pure chaos. But thank God this is not Twitch, so the algorithm has been good to us. But yeah, even when I was a kid, one of the coolest thing, and this is actually one thing I loved about this country in particular, because I immigrated here, is so much different diversity, different religions, different races, different like methods and doing things. Like it really is incredible. I mean, you can even take like two Europeans, like a Polish person and a Ukrainian, and then although you can find so many similarities, you can find things that are unique to each one's like culture and other stuff. And then you can go all the way across the world to like New Zealand, and they'll have something very similar but a completely radically different way of doing it. And it's like when you learn to do it their way, it's just like, I don't know, it's so cool. And as somebody that immigrated here like that, you know, I could have just kept everything that our culture taught us or my parents taught us, but instead I took the best parts from every single culture. And telling you, it's like a superpower. Like once you just start appreciating every single bit of information that you can consume on this world, it's like a superpower. It's amazing, you know. That's why I love this country. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men that died, that gave that right to me. And I proudly stand up next to you. I remember we sang that song in 7th grade. Right after the attacks happened, I was in chorus, and they took my chorus class and they stood us in front of the American flag during lunch, and they had our entire school out there, and we all sang that song in tribute. I mean, I was a kid back then, you know, zero religion, zero politics, zero anything, but I just remember it was it's like a surreal experience. Everyone was on one accord for like just one moment in time. Like everyone was on the same exact page. Imagine if we were always like that. If every single man, woman, and child on the earth just came into agreement for like a common whatever. That's probably what's gonna happen when there's like an alien invasion. Hopefully we can all come into agreement. And it's like, all right, we gotta the aliens have landed. We must evolve our technology. Oh no, if only we didn't destroy our AI systems. Why? Why did we listen to the millennials? They have doomed us. That was our only hope, to defeat the aliens. Okay, I'm just being silly now. We all know if the aliens came, it would be just like Independence Day. They would bring their big ships. That's one of my favorite alien movies, Independence Day. What a freaking great movie. Heck yeah. I love the fact that you can level up your pet. This is so freaking great. Oh my gosh, my pet just died. My pet. I just got my pet killed. Whoops. Excuse me. I remember when blank happened. I was a freshman and my classmates was in our science class and he was just angry, screaming slurs, but like slurs for other people for some reason. I don't know if he thought this country attacked the US or what. Totally random tangent, but the memory always makes me laugh. Atari said, I don't know why, I think I said Slayham, I meant to say Atari. Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of that. There's, you know, there's a lot of stuff. And honestly, it was the, I still to this day say the world changed for the worse after that. You know, 90s was like the last utopia. The economy was good, gas prices were good, politicians were more like there for entertainment, like Bill Clinton. He was more of a chud. You know, any war wasn't like a war. It was just like, all right, we're gonna send our missiles, and you guys are gonna stop misbehaving. And if we catch you misbehaving again, like, it was just a simpler time in the 90s. We had the birth of the internet, Nintendo 64, laptops, personal computers, like, you know, video games were just popping left and right. People were skateboarding, like, even the music was interesting and unique. Like, so cool. You know, I always wondered if, you know, it's gonna sound funny to somebody else. They're gonna be like, that's what people say about their own generation, always. But I would say, nah, man, it's actually, it's not the same. As you can say, well, the 80s were great too. It's like, true, but there was never another time in history where all these radical changes happened to technology all at once. Like the birth of the cell phone, the birth of the internet, the birth of these 3D gaming consoles, and so much more. Completely forgot that I can hide. Yeah, it was just multifaceted. There was like so much stuff, is the point I'm saying. It wasn't just one thing. Oh, the 90s are great, nostalgia, yippee, hooray. It was really multifaceted and layered, and there was a lot of stuff that happened in the 90s that wasn't bad, you know what I mean? There's always lots of change, but it's very rare that the change is just like more and more and more like good stuff, you know? I guess it's subjective though, whether it's good or bad. Like, some people might say it's like, well, the invention of the internet was bad, or something like that. Totally random tangent, but that memory always makes me laugh. Atari said, yeah, it was a different time. Late 90s, early 2000s for most nostalgic years. Absolutely. Yep. And I love it because like we still had a normal childhood. Like even though we, oh yeah, that's the example I always make is like it was the last real generation where you had this new and up and coming technology, but you still spend time in outside and in third places and interacting with the environment around you. Like we had cell phones, we had the invention of iPods, and even tablets were coming out and all this stuff, but we still lived in a generation that spent the majority of their time outside. Gaming, I remember even gaming back then was frowned upon. It was not the cool thing. Like gaming was not something where like people were like, oh my gosh, you play video games. Oh my gosh, what's your favorite game? If you told somebody you were a gamer, they'd be like, what? That's embarrassing, bro. Why would you say that out loud? Are you okay? Are you having a stroke? Like, why are you telling me this? Skateboarding was cool. Street racing was cool. A lot of cool stuff back then, man. Everything was cool. Everything except for gaming. Gaming wasn't cool back then. It's like, but we also had like the best, whatchamacallit. I used to love getting those magazines in the mail, the gaming magazine, PC gaming magazines. And they would have the demo discs inside of them. Like sometimes it was shareware, sometimes it was demo discs. It was really cool. It was something I really looked forward to. Tari said, I got big into skating in the late 90s. A lot of good memories. Filming skate videos, going to the parks. Never got good at it though. Same. I didn't get like Bam Margera or Tony Hawk's good. I could do a heel flip, kick flip. Ollie, obviously. I could go down the ramp and then just come back around. I couldn't do like down the ramp and then up and jump down. And man, recording the skate videos are so... Oh my gosh, I remember I made a skate video for my school project. I used to make music back then. We'd record in the studio. And like the thing is, it's so easy to do these things right now. So it's like, well, what's the difference? It's like, because going to the studio was expensive, like in the 80s and 70s. The home studio was born in the 90s, early 2000s, basically, because you got access to a PC powerful enough to connect a XLR interface and an XLR microphone and get studio quality in your house. That's another thing I just want to think about it. I've never thought about it before, but you couldn't do that in the 80s and 70s, you know, because you couldn't have a personal PC and then connect your interface and then your XLR and just record in your closet, which a closet filled with clothes sometimes gave you better audio than even a freaking studio. It's crazy, dude. I still remember my first microphone. I went to Southeast DC to buy it. It was an AT4040, Audio Technica AT4040. It still costs $330 today. I bought it for $150 and I took the metro to DC. I literally went in the hood and I bought it from a rapper. He was super chill. He gave me a good deal. There's one crispy mic. Yeah, man, there's a lot of things. I used to be never got good at it though. I used to bring gaming magazines to school and hope that other gamers would initiate a conversation. I remember those days. Yeah, where you would try to get spotted by other gamers. Or try to like, one of the biggest things, like especially when I was playing EverQuest, like I never told anyone I played EverQuest. Like that would be like a death sentence in high school. So like I was such a low key EverQuest gamer. Like even when like World of Warcraft came out, like I would never admit to anyone that I played EverQuest. Because back then it was like it's one thing. It's bad enough to be a gamer. It's bad enough to be an MMORPG or fantasy or RPG gamer, like Dungeons and Dragons or Magic the Gathering. But if you said on top of all those things and you also said it's a game called EverQuest, bro, I don't think you'd speak to another girl ever again in your life. You'd be blacklisted. Word would get out. They would put it in the yearbook. Class&Cool. Not only is he a gamer, not only is he into Dungeons and Dragons and fantasy stuff, but he plays a video game called EverQuest, where it's basically an elf simulator where you run around and stare at pixels on a screen for 16 hours in a day and avoid going outside for weeks. And honestly, to this day, I've never found an EverQuest player out in the wild. I've never actually like met a physical human just like randomly that I wasn't introduced to prior, where it was like, hey, by the way, were you into any kind of games growing up? It's like, matter of fact, yeah, I played EverQuest. Never has that ever happened. That's why like when people talk about it, it's like, yeah, I got real life friends. I got like my friends down the street, they played EverQuest. I'm like, so it was like, maybe it was like something unique in the water in these places where people get lucky and find other EverQuest players. Like, how does that happen? It's crazy. Oh my gosh, it's funny. Oh, no, that's a poker. Whoa, what? Hold up. Is this really happening? Why is everyone trying to kill me? Oh my gosh, man. My pet's dead. Everyone's just dead. That's crazy. These guards were supposed to help me. Okay, beautiful. Speaking of beautiful, feast your eyes. Oh, that's where the future elf city is going to be. Give me a second. All right, let's see. What level are these guys? These mushrooms still red to me? Yep, they're still red. Just because you had no idea who did or didn't game, unlike now where everyone does it. Yeah, exactly. There's a whole like, well, that's what the internet does. It connects people that otherwise would have been hermits. And exposed other people that maybe didn't know they would be interested, but got interested from, you know, videos and stuff like that. I mean, keep in mind back then, man, we had the floppy disks and the CDs. Sometimes it would take like out. It was the same thing. Then Blu-ray came out, and then finally they moved on to like digital media. You know, the golden hour looks so cool. It's amazing, like, just with lighting, how many different vibes. You have, like, the nighttime, you have the foggy time, the morning, the day, the golden hour like this. Like, I'm actually very intrigued at how they pulled this off. You know what I mean? Just because Atari said, any thoughts on Guild Wars 3? I know it was announced yesterday. I did enjoy my time with 2. I think Guild Wars 1 and 2 are great. I mean, Guild Wars 1 wasn't really an MMO. It was more like a lobby RPG, but it was still really cool. Guild Wars 2 really became very well polished MMORPG with a lot of stuff to do and things to explore. Yeah, I mean, I'd expect nothing less from Guild Wars 3. I think if they make it exactly how the fans like it, then people are probably gonna love it. Other people that aren't fans of Guild Wars 2 are probably may or may not like it. One of the things I noticed in the announcement is, don't quote me on this, but I think they kept saying modern MMO. And I guess my only question is, define tell me your definition of what modern MMO means. Like, are they going to try some kind of new mechanics? You know, like, what does that mean? So it could be really cool, you know, if they really do have like a fresh take on MMORPGs. Maybe they have like some kind of new technology. So yeah, curious to see what they figure out. Purity should have lived past the Beastmaster guild takes you down to a woodcutter that sells buys resin. Bronze short sword. We're gonna take this with us. Guild Wars 2 is a very polished game. It is a little Ubisoftified, if I'm being honest, but it's a beautiful game of this day. No, and that's the thing, is that, like, for what it is, it's super well polished and it has super duper amounts of content, right? So like imagine being a fan and to continue have been getting all the content that they were giving out. I think, oh my gosh, I'd be very excited if I was a fan of Guild Wars. And I've tried Guild Wars. I mean, I think to this day it's a beautiful game. So I'm definitely going to play it. I'm definitely curious to see what they did with it, you know, what new thing they're going to try. Yeah, I was actually really surprised when I saw that they made the announcement for Guild Wars 3. I was like, holy moly. We're getting a AAA. And honestly, I hope they succeed. Because it would shut the people up that are like, MMOs are dead. And, you know, it's like, first of all, there's like a new MMO coming out every week. They're just not from AAA companies. They're from indie devs, which is exactly what Brad McQuaid predicted was going to happen over 10 years ago. That instead of having like massive MMOs with millions of subscribers like it was in the early 2000s, there would be multiple successful smaller teams that have their fans and have enough to keep the lights on and keep making new content, you know? The fact that there's not like a new AAA MMO coming out every month, every year, is like, obviously it doesn't take 1 year to complete an MMO. It takes a very long time, you know? This is just food. Yeah. So yeah. You can't even set the you can't like say, for example, MMOs are dead because we don't have a new MMO coming out every year. It doesn't take a year to create a new MMO. And the fact is, a lot of the MMOs that have been in development were being made by larger development teams that just didn't know how to make the game fun. So they would cancel them, you know, or just completely butcher them. Now we have indie teams that are kind of figuring out, how do I make the game fun? But even some of them, they turn to the dark side, you know. They're like, how do I make this fun? And then they end up going in the completely wrong direction. Okay, I think that's it. Oh my gosh, parry. This whole time. Oh my gosh, dodge. I didn't realize I've been playing without all this stuff. I had dodge and I had parry. just realized how much money I have. I have 12 silver. That's crazy. Ardesil said, managing backspace. Oops. Managing backspace is my biggest enemy. The final boss. Ain't that the truth? What I hope happens when it comes to MMOs, just like with Crimson Desert, I hope that some Eastern devs, they kind of figure out what made some of the classic games great and just like went back and said, it's like, let's do that. And let's not do microtransactions, like let's not do this, and let's make it a super polished experience. Like once they figure out what will happen if they do that, and they use the same like Eastern dev work ethic and resources and imagination and all the stuff that they have going for them, minus all the entitlement, minus all the, you know, stuff, right? They just literally say, let's just make a good game for the sake of making a good game. Let's do it for the love of the game, right? It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad for Western devs. I mean, but you know what? They had the game announcements this today, and honestly, I mean, wasn't that bad. Most of the games I wouldn't be interested in, but I was like, you know what? There's some stuff that's going out. If I was a gamer, I would be excited for the options that are available. You know. I'm not a gamer, so it's not really something I get too excited about, but I'm able to, you know, understand when something is good and when something's not. And for the most part, it looked like all quality good stuff, quality good game experiences. For me, I got monsters and memories. I don't need anything else. But I mean, even if something would happen to Eminem, then, you know, it's always EQ. Project Quorum. You know, it's funny. Speaking of Quorum, EQ Legends. I'm amazed how like we talked about leveling to max level and how like people burn through content. Like there's people that have already run out of things to do because they just took the min-max route. They focused on just going to the best in slot type of locations and dungeons, and if it didn't make sense to go there, they wouldn't go there. And they essentially beat the game. There's nothing left for them to do. That's... Why is my pet dying? This is so annoying. Bro, how does my pet keep dying? Oh, is that my pet right there? How am I being chased right now? Dude, I don't get it. look at the train that's behind me. I have a little train. Dude, there's so many of them. I didn't watch it, but I saw Resident Evil Code Veronica remake, which I loved. That game back in the day, and Guild Wars 3, I will at least check out. Yeah, man, you know, remakes is such an awesome thing. I love that, you know, not just new titles, but that they're taking old titles and remaking them. It's honestly one of my favorite things. Assuming they're done right. Like, I still want a Warcraft 3 remake. Like a proper remaster for that. Not what they did. You know, they changed like the cinematics and everything. Like, no, bro, if he diseases me, where are all these things coming from? And where's my pet? I keep calling my pet, and he's just like out in the middle of nowhere. Like, I should be able to summon him to me. Your pet Direbane is starving. Okay, so look, call companion. I don't get it. Okay, there you go. I figured it out. Oh, and the Final Fantasy VII finale. I don't know if I'll ever play that, but I guess now's the time if I'm ever going to. Yeah, I remember when Final Fantasy VII came out for the PS1, and I was watching like my neighbor play it, and I was like, whoa, what is this? And I never got to play Final Fantasy VII, but I always wanted to. And now I finally have the ability to play it with like modern graphics. It's actually super cool. Kurumura said the Summerfest was a good one this year. I'm most hyped for the new Monster Hunter Wilds DLC. Yeah, that's another one I've never tried. Too bad we didn't have like a grand finale like we did last time. Like High Guard too. That would have been great. We need another High Guard. Can't believe how Blizz half-assed the remake. Yeah, man. Like, what's with that? Like, how are you gonna mess up a Warcraft 3 remaster? Like, Warcraft 1 and 2 remasters were good. One remaster I really hope they do is Command & Conquer Red Alert. Like, all the Red Alerts. And I hope, like, they upscale the cinematics, because that's part of what I loved about real-time strategy games back then, is the cutscenes. You know, even when I played Dune was my first real-time strategy game, and they had cutscenes, and then like you'd move on to like a new map, and like you're taking ground, and then they'd show scenes, and even though like it was all DOS graphics, so it's still super cool. Yeah, Kurumura, thank you. I dismissed the pet and then call it. Yeah, I should have known. Yeah, like I said, when I'm on stream, I'm only using one brain cell. All right, here we go. What the heck? Where's my... Oh, never mind. Like, where's my dog? Oh, we got our people back. All right. I'm trying to see if I can pull through. I can't believe how bad, but Atari DC. My guard, LOL, I was watching a video about the disaster the other day. That disaster. Yeah, I just don't know why. Like, the question is, like, who did they make that game for? Like, because here's the thing, like, AAA companies, you can't say, oh, this is just like a passion project. It's like, no, man. You did it because somebody told you this is going to make you money. Like, just, who told you that? Who is your consultant? You know what I think these massive, large AAA companies should do? I think they should take the indie dev approach and split their big game development companies into specific genres. And I know that already exists, but basically like passion genres, and give them the ability to design the game that they're interested in, based on what they're good at, and give them a set budget and expectation, and not put them under a lot of pressure of like, you have to sell 5 million copies. Like, the funding they receive should be aligned with the player base that they think they're gonna make. And the caveat is that it's gonna be a small group, fully funded and covered, and like a subsidiary, fully funded and covered. By the greater organization, so it has that safety net. But these devs would be actually working on stuff that they think is fun, and they would also receive the freedom to like listen to communities and like, you know, have like open Discord and development, and then there would just be different silos. So like there would be one team that's like making a classically inspired MMORPG, another team that would be making a PvP RPG, another one that would be making an ARPG, another one that would be making a real-time strategy game. And each team would be grounded on like what the expectation is of actually like hitting those goals, like I already said. I think that would be cool. Instead, you know, I think the corporation large-scale development is just like, look at Bethesda. I lived right next to their office. Bethesda's office, I'm not sure if it's still there, but it was in Rockville, Maryland, right across a place called The Rio. And I used to drive up into the parking lot and see it's a tiny office. It's a small office, dude. It's not like a massive office building. And when I found, I'm like, oh crap, this is Bethesda. And now it's a multi-billion-dollar, backed by a multi-billion-dollar company, Microsoft. You know, and yet they can't release a game without having non-stop bugs, and they don't receive updates for like a year to remove bugs that Crimson Desert got rid of in a week. So if you're too big to the point where you're hurting yourself, I mean, there's a problem. Oh man, Monk Beans, you always find me when I'm like mumbling and it's like 3 or 6 in the morning. Oh, I'm just playing. Monk Beans, what up, baby? What up, brother? Let's see. Ooh, thank God it's daytime. Or it's about to be daytime. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy that one of my group members finally has a SOW. I do feel bad for people that poured their time and effort into that and genuinely wanted it to be a good game. I mean, sure, I agree. It's always sad for people to waste time on something, especially if they believe in it, you know? Completely agree. Like, I never get enjoyment out of seeing people fail just for the sake of failing. Unless like you specifically try to guide them to, like, to the light, and they just stubbornly steamroll ahead anyways, despite all the recommendations and warnings. It's like, alright, well, now you kind of did it to yourself. Which I'm not saying that was the case there, but again, I'm just giving an example. Like for example, Ashes of Creation wasn't my game, right? But I never celebrated when they got closed down. I didn't think that was a good thing because that hurts the industry as a whole, you know? I'd rather somebody make an MMORPG that is the complete opposite of what I'm into and watch it succeed so that it would bring life to the industry, you know? And that way there's a bit better chance that the MMO that I'm into... What the heck is that? What is that? Look at that dragon. A twisted fae? Yo. There's a purple dragon, yo. Atari said, howdy. Monk Bean said, what's up, man? Monk Bean said, we had a small raid tonight. This looks like it's an unfinished zone. We had a small raid tonight. We got Charm Beans, some sweet loot. I always catch you late at night because I watch YouTube when I go to bed. And if I see your stream, I always have to hop in. Hey man, I'm always happy to have you. Wait, okay, met up. I need to destroy the moss, which will spawn the guy. Oh, what the heck? I think we're about to fight a boss. Hold on. I'm not sure what's about to happen, boys, but something's about to happen. Because we're getting buffed up for something. Atari said, I was always so hyped for Crowfall, then came out, closed, and I never even played it once. It's a weird time in gaming. Honestly, like, yeah, I mean, I think we definitely had some bad moments, but gaming has really, in the past few years, it's been very exciting to see, like, we kind of reached that breaking point, and finally we're at a point where good stuff is starting to be on the horizon. And like classics like EverQuest and World of Warcraft and Guild Wars, all those games are still alive and well, you know? You've got new things coming out. I mean, indie devs are basically empowered now and they can make their own MMOs if they want to. Monsters and Memories, Adrenaline Online, Pantheon, but you know, it's slightly larger. But anyways, so, oh, look at this. Look. Can you guys see that? Look how it's like a circle. Are you guys seeing that? Dude, this is the kind of stuff I'm looking forward to. If they start implementing like secrets like this throughout the world, I mean, that's kind of like the whole point. Like, if I ran past that and I didn't notice that, well, shame on me. But if I noticed that kind of stuff and nobody else looked for it, imagine how cool would that be? So, okay, something's about to happen. Okay, they said it's starting right now. Okay, whoa. Do you guys see this? That's crazy. Nolito Murkto. So I guess like he supposedly like burned the moss or something like that, and that's what caused this guy to spawn. Nice. I'm really focused on the indie scene these days. When I say weird, I just mean things can come and go in a blink of an eye, like Crowfall High Guard and PS5 exclusive one I can't remember the name of, Beefy Boy. From that perspective, yeah. Yeah, I get it. Or you can have like a game shadow drop come out of nowhere and it be a complete banger. Absolute bangers. Like Crimson Desert. Who would have thought? Who would have known, man? Like, I mean, sure, there were signs, right? When we were all excited when Pearl Abyss was creating a new MMORPG called Crimson Desert. But when they said, we're just going to keep it single player, I immediately said, this game, it's dead. Okay, another MMO bites the dust. But for them to come out with Game of the Year quality content for that game, and like I said, I was comparing it to like Bethesda, massive company. They release games like Starfield that are bugged at launch, and it's not like they fix it in a week or a month. It takes them a year to fix the most basic bugs. Meanwhile, a smaller company like Crimson Desert just, boom, knocks it out. And that's why I was giving you the example of like big companies should like break out into separate silos, and be a little bit more focused on projects with smaller teams instead of having like 14,000 employees work on one game. That's crazy. Yep, not working. Okay. I think he's trying to spawn it again. I'm not really sure. Do you have item on cursor when doing it? That's the one thing about like mud commands and these unique things, is it's gonna take some polish to get it just right. I mean, just like with anything. When I say weird, beefy boy, Monk Bean said Crimson Desert is able to fix so many bugs so quickly because they built the engine it's on rather than use something like Unity or Unreal 5. Well, Bethesda uses their own engine too. That's the comparison I made. What engine did Starfield get made on? Starfield was made by Creation 2. Who created the Creation Engine 2? Yeah, Creation Engine 2 was created by Bethesda Games. So yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. Bethesda Games created Creation 2 engine. It's their own engine. Crimson Desert made their own engine. And yet, Crimson Desert was able to fix their own bugs and fix them quickly and listen to the audience. Bethesda takes an entire year to do basic quality of life updates, and then, just out of being bored, they re-release Fallout 4 remastered or whatever. It wasn't even remastered, it was just an Ultimate Edition, and it ended up breaking more stuff than it fixed. You know, and again, I don't mean that in like a haha hee hee funny way, like I'm not making fun of Bethesda, but it's just like, it's a good case study of like, okay, clearly this is not a coincidence. Why is this happening, and how can we address this issue? What can we learn from Pearl Abyss or Crimson Desert, other smaller company? It's like, okay, how do we remain a big company but act small? You know what I mean? What's like, they need to be more like solution oriented and grounded. I think a lot of these big companies, and I've kind of seen how big companies act, you know, it's hard for them to humble themselves because they're so stuck to the name of, you know, we're this good and we're this, you know. It's just like, gotta be humble. Gotta remember where you came from. Bethesda's cooked, LOL, Monk Bean said. I mean, yeah. I mean, but I say this, man. All these big companies, they can make a comeback. It's just they need to start acting like smaller companies. Also, Crimson Desert is somewhat small, but Pearl Abyss built BDO, didn't they? The game is huge. Yeah, they created Black Desert Online, but Pearl Abyss is still considered a small studio. I mean, you also got to keep in mind, like, it's a Korean development team. You know what I mean? There's something to be said about creating a game where every single person has the same exact culture, country, language, everything. I'm not saying that's what's needed, but it's definitely a factor. It's like, imagine sitting in a room with a bunch of goblins, and everyone is a goblin, and you're tasked with making a goblin simulator. Who do you think is going to be better at creating the goblin simulator? A bunch of goblins that came from Goblin Town? Or an orc, a wood elf, an ogre, a gnome, and a halfling? They're all the best of the best devs, but they come from radically different backgrounds, and they're tasked with creating a goblin simulator. Clearly, the goblins are going to do a better job at creating the goblin simulator. The goblins from Goblin Town, right? So, yeah, they're definitely, and yes, they're definitely smaller. they're a smaller company, but like what do we call small nowadays? Like I think it's still a AA company. Like let me look it up. How many devs does Pearl Abyss have? 1,331. How many devs does Pantheon Rise of the Fallen have? 20 to 30. You see an indie, you know, people said Pearl Abyss is a small indie company. Indie is like 30 people, 30 to 50 employees, maybe 100. When you have more than 1,000 employees, you're not indie. You know what I'm saying? Oh crap, I missed some messages. I'll play it eventually, though I look really cool, but I'm just not a first adopter these days. Yeah, me too. I definitely waited a bit before playing Crimson Desert because anytime you play games, as soon as they come out, that's when you run into issues. And especially when it's a single player game, like there's really no benefit of playing it day one. You know, it's like, it's only gonna, like, the good thing about single player games is they're only gonna get better with time. They're not like MMOs where you can argue that it's like, well, you know, we gotta hit the ground running. Unless it's an online game, like where you can miss out if you're not exactly Atari. We're saying the same thing. I'm just behind on the messages. Atari said Bethesda has built-in audience that will buy their games no matter what, basically, for sure. Atari said, I would always consider Pearl Abyss AA, but I honestly people were calling Expedition 33 indie, and it absolutely wasn't. Yeah. How many devs does Expedition 33 have? Wait a minute. The core development team of Sandfall Interactive was made up of 30 to 34 people, while the core creative vision was small. A France-based 30 include 300 to 400 individuals. These additional people were external contractors, voice actors. This is what Monsters and Memories needs to do. This is exactly how, once they start getting funding, this is what Monsters and Memory needs to do. I'm going to paste this in the chat. This is exactly what I would consider the smart business move. Hopefully it's not too many characters. Hold on one sec. Oh, no, it's how many total characters? Okay. Okay. Anyways, I'm just gonna read it. Oh, look at this item, dude. That just dropped. Icon of the Gatekeeper. Primary, secondary range. Agility +1, wisdom +4, mana +10. An advanced druidic icon fashioned from twisted vines in the shape of a crescent moon. I love that they're starting to itemize the crap out of the game. Like, I've been noticing there's been so many drops. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized you won't get any XP boost because of the campfire time. Alright, let me read this while we fight. The core development team at Sandfall Interactive was made up of 30 to 34 people, including the studio dog and founder Guillaume Brochet. While the core creative vision and implementation fell to this small France-based group, the full credits of Clair Obscura Expedition 33 include over 300 to 400 individuals. These additional people were external contractors, voice actors, motion capture performers, quality assurance, QA testers, and a 30-person choir. So like, if I were to translate this to M&M terms, you know, you keep the core team of like 30 people. Everyone that was a volunteer out of like the 50 people they have right now, they would translate to like part-time or full-time, and then everyone else would be a contractor. You would hire some audio contractors that would be led by Robert. So, and this is all speculative suggestions, theory crafting. I'm just making stuff up right now. So anything I say shouldn't be clipped out of context. But example one, Robert Engstrand. He gets a group of contractors. He tasks them with, you know, fill out these sound effects, do this and that and this, the third. He is still the lead composer. He is still the lead everything when it comes to the music and sound and the vision. Step two, Zukin. Zukin is given 30 contractors. He tasks the 30 contractors to make, I need you to do all the, finalize all the refinements for the Wood Elf leather armor. You do all the Wood Elf chain armor. You do all the Wood Elf plate armor. And then repeat that for the other 13 races. While they're fleshing that out, he's still the creative inspiration and the creative designer for everything, and he is still making everything hand painted, whatever, but his focus is making the core image, and then after that it's basically just like duplicates of that. Next, from a coding perspective, Ali gets another 30, and I'll just say random numbers, like 50 programming contractors. Their responsibility is debugging, QA, efficiencies, and creating performance boosts, etc., etc., etc. So now these 30 core M&M devs that went from being volunteers to full-time each get their set of contractors which complete these tasks, and when their contract is over, it's back to just 30 devs. And now guess what? Whether you have 15,000 subs or 150,000 subs, they are fully able to live comfortably and pay for, you know, their families, you know, their futures, etc. And that way they can maintain the game for a long time. And when it's time to expand the game further, they can just repeat the same process with contractors. So again, I just use Clair Obscura as an example because that's what they did. And imagine if M&M did the same thing. That would be really cool. Oh, a new chatter. 5 Piff said, love the game, can't wait for EA, currently level 6 wizard doing my business in Night Harbor. Bro, that's so dope. I'm super excited for you. I love that you love the game. I love that you're excited for EA. Welcome to the family. I don't know how long you've played M&M or how long you've heard about it, but the feeling's mutual. I remember the first time I heard about it, and I still get just as excited now as I did back then. So thank you for sharing that. That really keeps me pumped. All right. Train. Okay, we got a big train coming. Oh, we're gonna we're gonna crush it. I would always consider Pearl Abyss AA. Oops, I already read that. Atari said, so I don't know what these terms mean anymore. Yeah, AA, AAA, indie, like, yeah, it's they're just titles, right? They don't mean anything anymore. Atari said, if they only had 30 core people, I guess it's more indie than I realized. Well, I agree with your first statement about it wasn't that indie, right? But I think, in a way, I disagree with the people that say it's not indie, because just because you have 300, 400 contractors doesn't automatically disqualify you from being indie. I would say Pearl Abyss is not indie, right? I think that's what you would consider a small to medium business, right? A medium business. Anything over 1,000 is a medium business. Anything over 10,000 is a large business. Anything over less than 100 is a small business. So if you're like a mom and pop shop, let's say a sign company, and you have 15 employees, but you outsource a lot of your signage and it's made in China from warehouses where there's thousands of employees, it doesn't automatically make you a large business. It just means you're a small business that basically uses manufacturing. We got enough wood for another fire and maybe 8 logs. I only have 1 wood left. So yeah, it's neither here nor there, but you know, I do hope that they adopt, I do hope Monsters and Memories adopts the whole contractor philosophy. And this is not coming out of nowhere. Sean has talked about contractors before. He's like, down the road, if we get funding, when we get funding, and then he like brought it up in the way of like, this could happen, you know. So yeah, I think it would be perfect for them. Because the reason why I say this is because here's the thing: what's the ladder? Hiring 10,000 people and putting them on a payroll. Look what happened to Crimson Desert. Look what happened to not Arc Raiders. Jeez, what the heck is that game? Ashes of Creation. Here, since we're using, how many devs did Ashes of Creation have? I think it's 250. Employees. Now that might not seem like a lot, but 250 people for an indie dev team to create an MMO, I mean, that's quite a bit. Especially since they were in Los Angeles or somewhere in California. Let's just assume each one that was getting lowballed for 80K times 250, that's 20 million in payroll alone per year. You know, it's a lot. So instead of putting everyone on a payroll, you keep the original team that has the original vision, keep them all together. You maybe hire a person here or a person there when it's appropriate to add to that vision, and everything else you just use contractors. You know, so I think that would be a cool way of pushing the development along. Once EA arrives, I'm honestly excited for EA for that reason. Like, I'm sure I'm excited to play, but I really want to see what happens when we find what will development for this game look like when they actually have funding. Like right now, they've been doing everything for free, right? Totally self-funded, totally zero Kickstarters, right? They refuse to take money from any of the fans that we've been like literally begging, saying, please let us support you guys. And they're like, not until we have a product worth buying. It's like, this is all proof of concept, right? People have already put thousands of hours into Monsters and Memories, and we're not even in early access, right? So what I'm trying to say is, can you imagine what the development cycle will look like if you guys give these people the tools and the resources to really move the needle on the development of this game? That would be amazing. Thank you. Bluegill said, get like 12 logs or so. It's super easy to leave the dungeon once inside and 0 enemies outside, so no stress. The sense magic spell is nice. It's so good for buffers. Otherwise, I go crazy. Yep. I'm loving it. I'm really excited that the pet levels up with me. That's such a game changer. And when they do the class changes, I'm really excited to see like how these changes actually make the game feel different. Alrighty then. You know it's late when you have to put eye drops in just to keep your eyes from glossing over. Oh crap, I just messed up. It's actually crazy how I was only supposed to be on for like a little bit, and then it turned into like 5.5 hours. What's crazy is like if it was any other game, I'd be like, all right, man, it's time to shut it down. But like just like EverQuest, Monsters and Memories has like that vibe where you're like, well, as long as the boys are still chilling, I'm still chilling. You know what I mean? Like unless there's an exterior like force or something that's like telling you, okay, you've got responsibilities. This is one of those games where you're like, screw it, man, just let it ride. Let it ride. Let's keep going. Oh man. I think I was able to just get a good screenshot. Oh, we got mass skeletons incoming. The struggle of staying comfortable in one seat for 5 hours, though, is real. Nah, we got this. We got this. This is like the super late part of the stream, so most people that are still here are already asleep. You're sleepy. You're very sleepy. You're dreaming right now, and you hear monsters and memories in the background. You are looking forward to early access, and when it launches, you're gonna find Class&Cool in game, and you're gonna twink him, because that's the cool thing to do. Alright, brother. Monk Beans said, I got a sack. Always a pleasure seeing you. Monk Beans, it is a pleasure seeing you too. I literally am trying to force the inflection in my voice so I don't lose it. Atari said, I'm working till 8 a.m. LOL, so still got 3 hours to go. Well, at least I'm along for the ride with you, brother. Hey, what's this? Oh. Wait. Oh no. Oh no. Monk Bean said, well, at least you have a valid excuse for being up so late. Exactly. Facts. Bro, what is my pet doing? Ooh, fun. Where are we now? Wait, what? That's funny. I love seeing people use those emojis. I actually want to make more, but I think YouTube is like a gatekeeper. They force me to get members before they unlock additional emojis for me to create for my own channel, which is super weird. So like, for example, when you first start off on YouTube, you as a partner, a member, whatever, they let you have like 3 emojis. So you can upload 3 emojis. And if you want 4, they're like, you have to have at least 5 members. If you want 5 emojis, you have to have at least 10 members. It's like, dude, so it's not even a paywall. It's a paywall for the other people. Tar said, later, Kuro. Kuro Morith said, okay, I'm also out for bed. I'll see you later. Yeah, and you guys are not missing anything because as soon as I level up, which should be soon, we are gonna... Why is my pet dead? All right, let me fix this. Cool. We are Gucci now. I wonder if these dungeons get like XP boost or if it just normal. Dang, I'm struggling to stay comfortable. Actually, I'm good now. And honestly, I would have called it by now, but dang, I really want to get to level 10. And part of the reason is that tomorrow when I come back, we're going to have dual wield. We're going to have our level 10 spells, which honestly, there's only one because I think Beastmasters are like undercooked and they still need some time in the oven. Whoops. Had a bit of a mute issue there. Guys, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to drag it out. I want to level up so bad, but I'm like, and we're being like kind of cautious. So I don't think we're gonna get like massive amounts of XP from these dudes unless we like keep pulling nonstop. I'm gonna try to hang in there if we got like one more yellow to go. Oh dang, I just looked up. That's a lot of buffs. Alright, boys, what's about to happen? This is either gonna be here, I think. Okay. Or what are we doing? Oh crap, he's red. Okay, it just got real. Alright, this guy's red. Okay, that was good XP. Nice. Okay, Fellstone Sentinels we can kill. Okay, he's making a fire. Oh, I didn't even know there was an... You hear that? So that was... I think that was Robert Engstrand who made that sound effect. And he was just making a campfire. And I think Robert actually made that from scratch. I could be wrong. But it sounded like he took different logs and made scratchy noises. Let's go, let's go. Okay, we got we got ads. Oh boy. We got this. Alright. I gotta take him out. Dang, these guys are tough. Oops. Don't run into another person. He ran the wrong way. Oh no. Archer still said this game is awesome. Holy cow, this was fun. With the tank and soak damage a bit better, we probably could have been okay. Great job with the roots. All right, come on, we got this. Yo, so they said inside the cave, I'm down to get you to level 10, then I must sleep. These guys are real chads. Like, that's how a real homie right there. One, two, three. Muka said I never would have finished that druid quest without you guys, so come on. Yeah, that's really cool. Remember how I told you guys like a few hours ago how like these are some of the most patient gamers I've ever played with? We would go like AFK, go back to town to sell, like help each other complete quests. Like these are completely random people. I've never met these people in my life. And yeah, it's been a real treat. Yeah, 100%. Goblin is a class. Atari said, won't Goblin be a class? I'm 100% playing a Goblin. If so, not a class, but a race. You can play a Goblin right now. And there's even a YouTuber by the name of Squats the Goblin, whose whole identity is made up of goblins. We are so close. Alright, let's finish this up, guys. Atari said one of my favorite EQ things is that they let you play the fug races. Yeah, exactly. It was always surprising to me. I think the first time I played EQ, I was like, wait, you can be a troll? Aren't those usually the bad guys? And I preferred the original models. Ogres were so goofy looking in a good way. Yeah, they were goofy looking in a good way. And then when they upgraded the Lookland models, trying to make them like look realistic, it just broke it. Something about having an art style that just makes such a huge difference. We are so close. We are so close. We are so close. Yeah, I always thought it was really cool. And honestly, as a person that never plays Evil Races, I appreciate the freedom of being able to play one. You know, other MMOs, like where it's like only humanoids, I get so bored of that. Like, and that's one of my prerequisites for actually getting immersed into an MMORPG is like, can I be like an orc? Sorry, can I be like an ogre? Sorry, that's not it. Can I be a dwarf, a wood elf, a human, and preferably like one fantastical race, such as a troll or something. And honestly, the best way to do it is like literally just like any other, just like any D&D game out there. Like the D&D universe is basically laying out the conditions for what a successful RPG game could look like. So like for me, it was always jarring. Whoa, there's a waterfall. It was always jarring to experience games that only had humanoids, or not humanoids, only had humans. We did it. We freaking did it, boys. Oh my gosh, I can't believe we actually made it. Now we gotta fight our way out. Yeah, before I log off, I wanna go. Atari said, "Grats, homie. Appreciate it, brother." And before I log off, I wanna stop by. I wanna stop by and get my. I wanna. Oops. I want to stop by my Wood Elf trainer or my Beastmaster trainer and put one skill point in dual wield so I can finally put a sword in my other hand. Dual wielding is literally like one of my favorite things. Dude, can you imagine jumping down there? And you know what's crazy? This zone is super new, and it's crazy how good they've gotten at just building these zones. Oh, I ported to town. Okay, cool. And it's nighttime. What an adventure. We're still being chased. Home sweet home. This is the importance of having your racial home cities after being in a dungeon like that for a long time, or just adventuring better in general. There is no better feeling than heading back to your hometown. And again, I've said this many times, and this is no offense to Pantheon. This is why they need to finish building at least the human city. Jeez, it's been so long, I forgot what the name of it is. Thronefast. If they can at least open up Thronefast, I will go back and I'll play some more Pantheon. But that's like a hub city. It's like, what's the point of leveling up a whole bunch of levels if I can't come back to that majestic city and feel like I left a loser and I came back a hero, you know? It's the friends we made along the way. We got chased all the way up here. So we leveled up 2 levels. We got a new sword. We learned about our pets. We learned about our pets leveling up. We got our next level spells, and we're about to get dual wield. We really accomplished a lot tonight. Today was a blast. And I got to hang out with all of you. Now we say goodbye to our new friends. Alright, let's stop by the bank. Ooh, we made another 6 silver. 6 or 7, almost 7 silver. That string at the end always reminds me of BioShock soundtrack. What string? Oh, you're talking about in the music that we were just listening to. All right, I'm so excited to go back to the to my guild master. And I love that we're coming back when it's daytime, so we can really appreciate the beautiful city. And to think it's not even finished yet. There's so much more stuff. And apparently there's going to be player housing here too. There's allegedly going to be an entire another zone level above this one. Not sure if it's going to be a zone or if it's just going to be another level, but I think when you go up there, you zone into another level. All right, here we go. Dual wield. It's official. Let me make sure we got everything else. Okay. Let's hope this works. Yes, we did it. We freaking did it. Yeah, the decompress at the end of the quest in your city is an important part. Atari said 100%. It's a massive, massive part of the experience. Dude, that's so satisfying. Now I feel like a true Beastmaster. Alright, per our tradition, I need to go through and say my goodbyes to all of you. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Never been this high up. That will be, well, we're going to call it right here. Watch me fall. All right. First things first, let me go ahead and say bye to you guys. First of all, thank you to all the legends, the members. I really appreciate you guys. Again, as a reminder, don't feel like you ever need to. I don't encourage it, and I don't ask for your money, but I still appreciate the people that chose to be members of the channel. Okay, so I wanted to give you guys the attention you deserve. All right, guys. Atari, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a good end of your shift. You're a legend for hanging out. Country boy, I'm glad you got to do some M&M today. Thank you for being here. Feel free to reach out. Great seeing you. Cora Morith, have a wonderful night. Always a pleasure to see you. Drew ATX, so happy you got to make it tonight. Monk Beans, thank you for swinging by towards the latter end of the stream. Always happy to see you. Jay Michaels, always happy to see you too, man. Thanks for being here. Robert Engstrand, the legend, the myth, the legend, the one that created and composed all this music you're listening to and sound effects in game. Thank you for hanging out. Luke Hamilton, always a pleasure. Happy that you made it. Classic EverQuest, thank you for stopping by and go check out his channel. Great content creator. Dan Molina, cheers. Always great to see you. Dylan Buss, thank you for being here. Tortuga, thank you for being here. Tenerosaurus, great name. Thank you for being here. 5Piff, appreciate you hanging out. And last but not least, Slayheim, hope you had a great night and I appreciate you. Until next time, hopefully, well, tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow.